It's also a slight sign of
Surely
this curse.
double
That's another
has to be
15.
good.
And another 50. Yeah,
He's absorbing all of your good
Out of
dice
10 and
rolls
a
at least,
16.
so-
I'm lucky when it matters.
True.
But triple 15.
All right, let's get started. If we're good, we'll just wait, shall we?
Hope no one needed the bathroom. Because you do now.
Have a little sip of the doctor.
Not good,
Little sip of the root. Wait.
That's something different. That's right.
All right, good to go.
Ooh.
Folks, welcome back to Dungeons and Nerglings. Come join us in our epic tale of homebrewed tragedy and triumph. Where the flip of a coin or the roll of a dice can change the course of everything for our party. I am Nergy. I'll be your eyes and ears as the Dungeon Master tonight. And gracing our table, over to my left, we have...
Keegan, I'll be playing Varusvark, the Drow Rogue.
Stephen, I'll be playing Thurid Silverbeard, the currently mute half-orc paladin.
I'm Isaac. I'll be playing a Gimrick Rocksplitter, the Dwarven Bard.
I'm Kyle. I'm playing It's Nogban Time.
Excellent. AKA Kincaid, but, you know,
No.
not that.
That's his like common name in Torval. That's how you pronounce
No,
it.
if he hasn't had
good.
blood for 12 hours.
If I go the spore druid and when I do the spore form, can that be? It's Sporbin time. It's Sporbin
Oh,
time.
no.
And
So that's canon.
and the party's going to become the mighty Sporbin Power Rangers.
Oh no!
Don't put that into existence.
Is that like
You
instead
all
of
become
Vox
one big
Machina,
mushroom.
Mighty
and-
Sporbin Power
Yep,
Rangers?
yep, that's it. That's beautiful.
Can't
Anyway,
wait. Can't wait.
last time on Dungeons and Nerglings, we fell out of a window. Well, we were pushed. It was accidental. Or was it? No. And you feather fell for a fair way. You fell about 600 feet, attempting to gain purchase and slow yourselves and organize yourselves in a way that you didn't die. You landed on a tree branch, which is a good spot to land. However, our bard... No, not bard. What are you? Cleric. Our cleric...
It's Sporbin time.
He sporbined his way into one of the windows on his way down. Has that always been hanging down?
No, that was
That's right.
the other night.
Anyway, that's alright. It's not in shot.
Is it out of camera shot?
I think so. Yeah. I don't think any
Do it
would see
right.
it. That's what I think. Anyway, you explored a little inside of Wolfpine Citadel. Thuridin joined you, and the rest of you actually climbed up afterwards. Climbed up the rope. A little bit scary when you can't see the bottom. And the Abyss did not claim anyone's life at that point in time. You explored inside and learned a little bit about why Wolfpine was deserted. Beginning to grow blackbriar from seemingly the center or the core sort of staircase that normally would lead from the shallows to the deeps. Also giving you a reason why it hasn't been done in a while. Blackbriar being something extremely lethal and not something you really want to touch. Did you just break the chair?
No.
Okay, you look like... you then did a little cannonball out the window, some skydiving shenanigans, and made your way down a couple of kilometers to the deeps, and you used the Featherfall fan, which took your breath away.
Yeah.
But you made it. No one's constitution was destroyed by this, which is good. It was close.
Would have been, unfortunately, turtles could hold their breath.
Yeah.
Little
I
turtle.
was sweating there for a second before I remembered.
And then you remembered. He's like, oh, I don't need to breathe for an hour. I'm fine. Varus was probably
overrated.
Varus was probably the closest to running out of breath, but you guys waited until you were fairly low before you did it. Had you done it from a little higher,
Might have been.
would have been
Pretty nasty.
quite deadly, because if you're suffocating, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, breathe.
I can
Well,
just
yeah,
breathe.
like someone
Just
just
try
throw me
breathing.
out of the wind tunnel of the room sort of thing.
Misty step out into
Yeah.
the air.
Well, yeah, if I'm still
Take a
conscious,
deep
I can
breath.
still feather
Alright.
myself.
Oh, I can breathe. My only weakness, fall damage.
Gravity.
Gravity, my old nemesis.
You landed upon the dirt, thankfully. Fowlan, very much not enjoying his time falling through the sky.
What an amateur.
Oh yeah, jeez.
And when you landed, you went to go back inside, and you could see that the stairwell at the bottom was also overgrown. A little bit of a dilemma for you on the way back, potentially. But you pressed on. To find the oracles, you went deeper into the deeps. You went south, which is about where you've been going this whole time. And Varys came across. Well, actually, you hid from a giant tree walking around nearby, thumping the ground and all that. And then you came upon a crater lip. Varys walked up stealthily, doing his thing as a rogue, and could see an open crater ahead. To the left, he saw the lip, and he thought he saw something very quickly on the left-hand side, which would be the
It was
East.
Yeah.
And then on the western side, you could see what looked like a tree branch, though it's like enormous, normal tree size.
Which we have on our little map.
Yes. Yes, I've tried to recreate it as best I
My
can.
verisimilitude is off the charts.
Good. Obviously, these tree trunks, this is all not to scale, because the tree trunks are like 100 meters wide,
it'd be like-
and it's a little, that would be like the whole thing. Bigger than. But anyway, just to give you a sense of...
Put
Yeah.
the D20 on there.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
the
Oh,
lamp.
That's one tree. Anyway, while you're investigating the fallen tree, Theoden actually noticed on a good nature roll that there were claw marks, and it seems to have been torn down, hasn't just fallen. And at that point, you looked up and saw a pair of great green eyes watching you. And from the tree above, probably like 30 meters that way, looking down at you, something serpentine. You could see that the head was moving in a strange manner. And when it detached from the tree, flapped and landed, you could see in front of you a giant green dragon. Unless anyone has anything to add.
And we ended with him saying, "You have entered my domain."
And then he said, "It's more."
And he said, it's Drorben time. Dragorben time.
Dragon time. Alright, let's jump into it.
Well, it seems some of you have forgotten our call again. Unless you bring tribute, of course. Have you become so twined in your misery that you've tumbled down and become lost? Have you... You have the look of above. Except for you. Well, have you lost your voices?
Oh, mighty dragon. We are from above. We're not from Glendotha at all, actually.
Shall I take pity on
No.
Yes, please.
I
No.
just
Yeah,
pull out my
Wait,
warhammer
yes.
like, on the ground and like kneel, like I'm giving like fealty to him.
you? Supplication is a good idea.
Fair enough. I kneel as well.
Oh, listen.
Absolutely.
Well, what brings you here?
We are in search of the Seers. Do you know them? By any chance?
Roll an inside check.
We all roll.
Shall we all roll?
What is that?
Yeah, he can't see your dice.
Oh, it's 4.
18.
I think that's -2.
First roll of the night, natural 1.
6.
9.
Is it better than me and I rolled a 6?
Because I'm good at... Because I have... No, wait. Yeah, guidance and then...
I like it.
and
You
then
can just
plus
hear
5.
like the mic catching here.
Yeah, I know. All the background.
So, knowing a dragon, none of you have seen one. You have no idea how to read them. You're getting nothing from it.
I know of them. Am I to understand that you have not spoken with them?
No, you're coming down here to speak with them. Or to speak with them from a million miles above.
Then in that case, I will let you live if you do something for me. Smart. One of you use your question for me.
What is it that you would ask?
Are we limited to only one question with them?
Wait, did you just say use your question with
Yeah.
them? As in question what we're going to ask the seers?
Yeah. We get one question each. We don't really know how they see us work.
Yeah, like, what are the logistics of this?
Just join us 20 minutes later. The dragon's got glasses.
He's like, here's the contract.
So, this thing is like 20 meters long, massive, just sort of like scoping around and looking at you all from different angles.
He just pulls out, those glasses that they just like hang on the nose a bit. And
With the chain?
yeah.
Well, if you have not been, you must first seek the Chastraki.
Oh yes, the tribe that they are part of / live with
/R.
/R.
Then, you approach. You may ask one question.
Each or between us.
Person.
Can't see what color.
Per being.
I can't see what color the pet is.
If your question is wasted, there are no go-backs. It is lost. Mine has been used, and if you use one of yours for me, I will let you live. Do we have a deal?
Yes.
Sure.
Yep.
Is this Rashad from Marsh?
What would you have us ask?
The location of my mate.
Aww.
That's sweet. How do you spell that?
Go on, what's the rest?
D-R-I-T-H.
Thank you very much.
Mardrith.
Is she
Oh, the
also...
dragon can spell in common. Not bad.
Is she a green dragon as well? It probably helps just to be as specific as possible.
Yes,
Green dragon.
And what's your name?
Mardrith.
How do you spell that? That just spells so what
R-R-G-H. Maldrith?
Maldrith or Mardrith?
I don't have time.
Okay, I'll just okay.
Do you have a general heading in which we should progress to seek the Chastraki at all?
Travel south. You will find, or they will find you.
Sorry, what was it was Maldrith? Mardrith.
Mardrth.
Mardrith. And Mardrith, can I maybe add a little extra onto our deal here? If we return to you with the answer that you seek, we've just kind of realised our way back up to the surface is a bit haphazard, dangerous. Is there any possibility you could just drop us back up the top? I did pull out my sword to kneel with it. Alrighty. Persuasion. 23. No.
I don't like being... Depending on what you bring me, we'll see.
thank you.
Very generous of you.
Yeah. I bow my head even further in reverence.
The Chastraki do the same.
That's probably why they're still alive.
That would be correct. Now, unless you have an offering, I suggest you leave.
Thank you for your time, Mardrith, and I'll start walking south.
Totally normal and happy. Nice idea with the lights. I like it. All right, now my back. Go down.
Hot diggity.
That would be a fun little.
Yeah, no, it's good.
No, that was cool.
Very unexpected.
Especially because we were all like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, oh, this is very serious.
Yeah, we thought that the one camera going off was bad.
No. Good. Good. Alright, where's my beach?
How many days have we slept since I had madness?
A couple. It's Vada the 5th of Uranus. It's Vada the 5th of Uranus. Like 2
Hydra
seconds.
the 3rd, it's been 2 days.
You've been mad
Yeah.
for 2 days.
Out of
We
potentially.
Out of
are
what, 9?
busy boys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
potentially.
Can we
Could be
just
nice.
like
You've had-
sleep for a week?
I mean,
We can stay with
Have a week of downtime.
Chastraki with the week. Yeah, true. Maybe could.
Okay, so the dragon watches you go, and he's not, just sitting back watching you. He's stalking around you, just the ground shaking around you as he watches you leave. He's sort of herding you in a way away from the crater. And you can still travel south, just sort of the direction you were going.
Yeah.
He stalks atop the crater lip watching you. And you see occasionally when he opens his mouth, you see sort of this green glow emanate from within his mighty jaws. And you travel beyond. The eyes watching behind, you can still see them little pinpricks when he wants you to see them. To know that he's still there.
Well, does anyone not have a question? And want to volunteer to ask that? Or do we all kind of have something that we want to ask them?
I kind of think we'll all have something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Thurden's not saying anything, so I reckon it doesn't sound like he has a question.
This was his.
Okay, so if we all do have something we want to ask.
Last one to call shotgun. 1, 2, 3, shotgun.
I just ride on the ground, shotgun, and then I point at Fallard.
Oh yeah, well,
No, he's going to ask about his vision.
Yeah,
That's the whole
the
reason.
whole, him floating,
yeah.
and vision quest, tripping out and stuff. Yeah.
He followed suit during that. The whole time he's just like immediately followed you guys, just like dropped to his knees, didn't want to say a word.
Okay, so maybe. Okay, so. It's important to Fowlan. It's pretty important to Thurden as well. Like
His whole journey has
this
been
was-
6 points.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'd say.
Thing, yeah.
What about? Should
It'd be-
we draw
It'd
short
be
stories
fairly
between the
helpful
three
to
of
me,
us?
but like there are other ways probably that I can find things.
Similar to me.
Yeah,
I
like
guess.
some good
Kind of the
detective
same.
work.
Like my main thing is trying to find like the books, and we already low-key have a lead on that.
Let's have this discussion in character, by the way.
Okay.
While,
Well, yeah,
while you're
we'll-
all traveling.
Well, I've told you boys about the books of Slate that was stolen from my order, or maybe we just lost them. I forget. I'd have to check my backstory. But
We write
anyway,
everything down.
I tried to find them, and we already from Austrian. There is already I know that old mate in Shara. Hang on. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Power right in the kiss.
Wait
Coming up,
for
coming up,
it.
coming up.
His contracts. And Vasilo Relozirius.
You say this every time.
Res-
Relozeros.
Yep. Vesselor are a patriarch of big family who collect many things and
You
have
would know the
relics and
Lazarus
stuff,
family?
and they
Well known
would be
across the
good,
world.
a good contact to kind of look for it.
Pursue that lead. Right. Okay.
So
Yeah, I could
you
maybe
know,
make introductions
Barris,
with
you
them.
would also know the Rhinoceros.
Yeah,
Oh,
Very well known.
I could use my old family
in-
signet
not so
ring
much.
to maybe.
fantastic. Well, in
make
this case,
instructions with them.
given that we have solid lead and you guys know them, maybe my
They're only really
question
known on this continent.
is asking for where is Mardrith? Wait, no, Phaedrith.
Phaedra.
He is Mardrith.
Yeah, we got to get that right.
Yeah, you
Let's-
come
let's
out.
just-
All right,
let's
so
just-
guys, I made a little mistake. When I was in there.
Someone else needs to use
Yeah.
it.
Apparently she was in here all along.
Mardrith is a kilometre behind you.
Yeah, by a giant predator, you'd go.
He was that guy
Oh,
you spoke
no.
to 20 minutes ago.
Mardrith is actually
Kincaid wouldn't know
Phaedra?
that. He'd go back like, "You'll never believe it. She's right here."
Been here all
told-
along.
Have you seen the movie Split?
That would be such a good turn of events. I wish that happened.
Well, are you happy to ask then? I mean, because I was going to suggest like us three draws.
Well, yeah,
sticks.
some kind of fair
I think,
contest sort of thing.
If as long, hopefully, you know, the wrestle, the
Rhinoceros?
yep, they will
You got
hopefully
it straight
pen
away.
out.
Relazirius.
Well, that's how I wrote it.
Ralazaros.
That's
Are there
how
any
I
like
wrote it.
twigs on the ground?
Define twigs.
Like it's something that might have just splintered off a tree that I could just like hold in my hand.
Most
Like,
of the things that drop down here are from the largest trees you've ever seen in your
Yeah.
life. You could break something apart and try.
'cause I
and
was thinking
make
of just
something
making
small.
like some short sticks just to like
For what? Sorry.
for them to like pick the
draw
shortest.
Sure. We can do that. You
yeah,
can just
I'm
roll.
hap-
do
I'm
a
happy,
roll.
but just
Yeah.
I'll volunteer it, given that we have the lead of the people in Ishara.
Yeah. All right.
That's a
Well,
lot.
yeah.
So I'm
in
just-
return for volunteering, we'll just whenever it comes time for that, we're obviously going to assist
Yeah.
you anyway. But we'll go the extra mile if need be.
BJ's gotcha.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
We're a
I
team.
just want to check that that camera didn't get bumped.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, did I maybe bump up?
No, I mean the light's on under still,
Grabbing the
so
light.
with any luck, we're.
No, just like off center. Just want to make sure it gets-
You guys ready for some ASMR?
That's such a good sound. Like a can opening is just such a satisfying sound.
Yeah.
It is on that screen.
I don't know.
Well, thanks for volunteering,
I'm sick
Kincaid.
of your insolence.
No problem. We seem to already have pretty good lead.
Oh, sorry. I think I might have bumped it then. I guess. Sorry.
That's the rest. Chair moved perfectly right. A little bit further. So
Which way?
this was where you
Oh.
moved the too far.
Too much.
A little bit more. Little thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's cool. Yeah.
Das ist sehr gut, ja.
23.
18 plus 5.
Did the
This
sort of the
sort
soft song help?
Yes, the other one was a 3.
Ooh, interesting. Excellent. So, you all begin traveling south.
Indeed.
Please tell me one of the seers has like a restoration spell, I swear to God.
Oh yeah.
Oh
You
yeah.
ask.
Yeah, yeah, true.
Well, I mean, at worst, we guess we can camp there for a week.
Yeah, we can have a week downtime. On our walk, continuing, I'm going to be trying to think up a little song about meeting a dragon.
Okay.
Cause like,
Yeah, working on
Yeah.
some sort of
I think
ditty
because
or...
you know my
Going
whole.
to the seers, just ready to a dragon.
Well, more so like my whole shtick is like, you know, the battle hymns and like, you know,
Dramatic
historical.
retelling.
Yeah, and so I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm hamming it up that like we came face to face with this massive beast and like a battle of wits and
Yeah.
you know, yeah.
Really, just us
Ha-
pissing out.
have you a notepad or anything to
I do
scratch
have
ideas into? Adventurer's journal?
I have an ink pen and one sheet of paper.
That's good. Double-sided.
You can write it
Yeah.
down if you want, up to you. I know it would help.
I'd probably just
Just working on it.
because lines would change every retelling. Like, I suppose as long as I've got the general gist of a story, sort of, I suppose I wouldn't need to write it down word for word. Probably, yeah.
So while you're traveling, Fowlan actually sidles up beside you, very quietly, and he says, "Did I see you clean things before with a spell?"
Yep. Pat him on the bum and prestidigitation his pants. Don't mention it.
Wore the brown pants today.
That was the single most terrifying thing I've ever seen. You are so good at that.
Can I roll perception to see if I caught them doing that?
You can try. See
I-
if you beat his stealth.
Sleight of hand or stealth.
13. 15.
You did not. Close.
Just looks like some locker room
You
talk.
sort of turn
I
around.
just heard a little slap. I'm like,
A little, and Fowlan's looking a little sheepish, like he's a fairly high member of the Koya tribe. But that, when he came up to you, just like pure shock. I had heard tales, but I didn't want to believe them. I can't believe that thing is real. Did you see the size of its tail?
You can see the size
And
of
I
his
mean,
teeth.
yeah.
I could. I looked away as soon as I could.
I think weirdly, I didn't really get afraid because it's like we were completely at its whim. Like, if it wanted to eat us, absolutely nothing we could do. So it's almost like, what's the point of being afraid?
You could tell that it didn't want to
Yeah.
kill us by the way we were still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, not instantly. Like, I feel like,
Yeah,
I think
like-
that's just like a singular degree of separation. It's like, no, you're slightly annoying me. I'm just going to kill you all now.
he used his mouth to speak, not eat.
And I suppose, like Kincaid always says, you know, everyone has their time, their date
Exactly.
in
so
the
why
book.
worry?
So
Even if it's, being mauled to death by a giant, scary, terrifying dragon while it simultaneously burns you while it gores you with its dagger-like freaking man-sized teeth.
I'm going to dwell on that for many years to come. I'm
I
sure.
take a swig out of the big wine float,
Yeah.
the thingy, and then hand it
I don't like it, but-
More.
You have a talent. I can see why you tell tales and stories. You looked it in the eyes. I couldn't believe it didn't.
got a bit of gusto, as I've been told.
Well,
Comes in handy.
You are full of piss and vinegar.
next time anything wants to eat us, you talk first.
And Doosville.
Okay. We've been very careless.
Yeah.
Be quiet. Let's.
Yeah,
We've been
should we-
very careful. We avoided the walking tree.
All right. Roll stealth checks, guys.
He's passed out trace to walk.
Chill.
Oh, how long
Is
does
it
that
like-
last? Is
an
it
hour?
10
Like
minutes
an
or
hour?
an hour?
No,
it's
an
been-
hour.
I think it's
Yeah,
an hour,
I'd say
but
it'd still be on.
Okay.
But through your journey away from the crater, it would dissipate somewhere there.
So don't
So do we
we
count
count
it or
it?
not?
So do we count?
Guide
No, okay,
my feet.
13.
9.
Yeah, I am humming away trying to find that tune because that's a 2.
That's a 10.
That's a 10.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
And that's pretty good for -1.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, sorry, 3. I got a +1.
Woo!
After telling you, like, to be quiet, you notice that Fowlan is, like, stumbling. He rolled a natural 1. He is not quiet right now. He's shaken.
I hand him the flask again.
I think that'll make it worse.
I don't know if it's helping or not, but
It'll settle the nerves.
thank you.
It's a fine line of balance.
And yeah, you begin traveling further and further. Now the trees again are much further apart, and the ground is again sloping downward. Make perception checks.
Have you just given us a lift to the Chastraki? We're asking a question for him. Lazy ass dragon bitch. 17.
3.
It's lucky you can't talk.
It's
Dead party.
I did think that, but after I already asked for a lift home, I was
Yeah,
kind of
like-
I won't push it. He didn't like that.
Perception?
16.
It's like, hello, I'm Mardrith, your Uber.
Make sure you give me 5
5
stars.
stars, please.
5. I'm
noise.
I'm way up
What
in
did
my
you guys
head.
get?
Mardrith is arriving in a white Toyota Yaris.
So the two of you would see a humanoid figure standing around one of the bases, like the roots of a tree, sort of peering over the top.
I'd be in the front, so I just sort of put my hand up, like
Yeah.
hold, and then point to the
Well, yes,
figure.
I see him.
And
Says Kincaid.
the figure steps out into the open. You lot don't look like you belong down here.
What gave it away?
And so, like, across the clearing, you're probably like 40 odd meters away. Gee, you small like I am. Are you lost?
We always know where we're going. Yeah, mate. As soon as he said we're small, chest puffed out. Look how wide I am.
Draw yourself up to your full
Yeah.
4 feet.
Yeah.
What? Oh, sorry, I mistook.
No, we're not lost. We're traveling.
Come over. He
Can I
beckons.
check if there's like anyone hiding in the trees
Yeah,
for
I
us?
was
Is
going
that-
to say, can I,
Can you like roll inside and see if he's like got any
You can
sort
roll
of
inside,
malicious?
absolutely.
Yeah, that's a 12 to just peek
Only
the trees
7.
around him.
yeah, like yesterday.
Still in
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's now
Ooh.
we're talking. 26
For
to
what, sorry?
insight.
Unicorn
Inside.
Whisperer.
11.
It's actually the unicorn from earlier.
Yes, I recognize the tail swish.
Yes. He's got a ponytail.
Sean, you're not humanoid, you're a dragon.
Figured it out.
Hey, you're a phony!
He's a-
Big bad phony!
So, insight-wise, he seems affable. It doesn't seem he doesn't seem malicious. It's not like he's trying to draw you in. It's to like a trap or something. From what you can read from his body language, fairly open and welcoming.
Yeah.
Perception. Let me roll some dice. You do see some other figures sort of like peering just the slightest bit around the tree roots, like nearby. Not right next to him, like another tree over.
I'll kind of just call out. I'll be like, you tell your friends to come out and we'll come over.
Oh, yeah. Come on, boys. Actually, no, yeah, go on. And there's about 3 or 4 of them step out from the trees.
Oh, jeez, I only saw the one.
And you approach.
Yep.
Yeah. Sort of meet in the middle. And it's funny. The figure that you see looks an awful lot like Thuridin. In that half orc, ripped, just absolute Adonis. Scarred again. Doesn't have the long, straight black wild hair that Thuridin has, but similar physique-wise, at least. There are similarities, and you're sort of like,
I just like put my guns up and like point at him.
yeah, that's right, and he's flexing massive guns.
I'd like pull down my shirt, and like show off a scar, and like
Yeah, he's not wearing a shirt.
yeah,
He's just
it's like
It's like the bit at the start of Predator when they're doing the like big handshake.
Yeah,
like,
just the close up on the bicep.
yeah, you son of a bitch. Yeah.
come on in, and he like goes to clap your hand.
Explosion,
And, yeah.
eagle screams.
America.
Size-wise, very similar. You guys are, if anything, this guy's probably a little more built than you.
Oh,
I've got 20 strength,
You've
man.
got a little bit of height on him, but he's a little more broad.
Is there like a tree stump nearby we can arm wrestle on?
Well, you can't tell.
the
Yeah.
instructions.
Is he?
He's
Taking
mute
it.
right now.
Oh yeah, of course
What's
he is.
your name?
Now come on.
no, he's lost his
No,
Oh,
he-
yeah, he
There
can't
was
talk.
a strange little man with mushrooms, and they infected him and made him not talk.
What a twit.
I pull out the mask and give it to him like
Don't it? No.
That's actually how he lost
You don't
his
want
voice.
that.
Yeah, no.
Oh, I would have taken it. Thank you. Wait,
What's your
are you
name?
from the Shallows?
We
yeah.
came from the shallows,
Yes.
but
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
not from there.
You're not from. Yeah, you're obviously not from down here. What? Wait. come back to camp. Come on. We haven't seen anyone in years.
Who are you?
Who are you? Yeah.
Are you
Oh.
Chastraki?
Yeah, I'm Barry.
Oh,
Nice to meet you,
Pleased
Barry.
to meet you.
I just
like
give him a
take his
big
hand,
hug.
I'm like, oh, we've been looking for you guys
Yeah.
for days.
Days. All right.
Well,
I
we
just
only
give
just got
Baz a bear hug. Like, yeah,
This
finally.
morning.
yeah,
morning.
yeah.
Well, days meaning like,
In the forest.
yeah, in the forest. Bit of embezzlement never hurt anyone.
Yeah, a bit of mustard on the story.
So
Yeah.
a couple hours had passed since going from the crater edge. It's probably been about 3 hours until this point. Nothing else of note in that you think the presence of a dragon is enough to keep things away. At least you didn't see anything.
And the apex predator is
Calm, at
around.
least.
All the non-apex predators just
Stay away.
a
Remarkably
quiet one.
quiet. Yes.
Just go somewhere else.
Yep.
Or probably ended up on the menu pretty quick.
just stay in tonight.
Yep. And so Fallon sort of, I am from the Shallows, the Koya tribe. Oh, yeah, righto. I haven't heard that tribe name in a while. And they sort of greet in a friendly manner. So why has no one been coming down here? Like, I mean, it's,
have you been to Wolf
it's been like
Mine?
10 years.
Yeah, you check that wolf mine.
No.
It's pretty messed up. It's full of black
Abandoned.
wire.
Yeah, it's overgrown.
Corrupted.
It's
Oh.
impossible to run
Get
now.
around there.
Oh, that's no good. I did think about it, but I mean, we've got to protect where we are and protect the Seven Sisters. So I mean,
The who now, sorry?
the Seven Sisters.
Yeah, bigger.
Yeah, who was
That
we
in
haven't heard of
character,
them.
right?
Mine was in character. The who now what?
It just made me laugh for some reason, and the bee came out of my nose.
That fizz.
You feel real energetic right
Yeah.
now. The seers, the oracles.
Yeah,
Oh,
Oh, is that what they're
My
called?
eyes just light up.
That's good news.
They're
'cause
sisters,
that-
are they?
That's who we're looking for.
Absolutely. Do you guys know nothing, do you?
Nope.
Come on. Come
We
on.
know we get one question each. We've learnt
Hey,
that today.
How'd you learn that one? That's a
From
good one.
Mardrith. Mardrith.
Maldred.
From Mardrith.
Mardrith, yeah. No,
Big,
yeah.
big,
Big-
Oh, I
scaly,
know the
green.
guy. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What, you survived? That's good. Well, I mean, you're here.
Look at us.
He was in a talkative mood.
Well, yeah, we, supply him with food and we appease him, keep to our own territory.
Yeah, he said you
That's
guys were
good.
kind of friends.
That's
In his own way.
That's a very broad way to take it. He'd kill us very quickly if we stopped giving him offerings and stuff. But yeah, he's alright.
You have
I mean,
a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Exactly.
You stay alive, he gets easy food.
And, he keeps some of the worse away.
It could be worse.
Better the ancient green dragon that you know.
Yes, than the hydras and all other manner of
I'm
things.
sorry, what?
Y-
Wait, they're real.
Hydras. Yeah,
real.
Absolutely.
Do they really have all the heads?
Yeah, come on. We'll talk back at camp.
I
You
sort of,
guys are just like peppering him with
Yeah.
questions.
I sort of tap Barry and just like sort of
Yeah.
like asking if he can like read.
Can Barry read?
Can he read columns?
Roll an
Can
insight
you
check.
read?
8.
He's a blank slate. What's he trying to do?
Maybe he wants to write something down
Discret-
for you.
The scratching on. You
Wait,
know
have you
writing?
written something on that?
No, I would like.
I
This
don't
is
know
my
what you're
hand,
talking
like
about.
sort of
What's
motioning.
What is
right,
this? Is this a food?
This.
I think
Language.
Kincaid holds up his book.
Nothing.
Do you, I think he wants to know if you can read, if he were to write something to you to communicate.
I don't know. He's not understanding. Like,
We'll deal with this
Right.
back at the.
Okay.
right.
We'll,
Yeah,
get,
it's
we'll
just-
get there and we'll settle.
Money
We'll draw
can be
this.
exchanged for goods and services.
Yeah. Okay.
And then writing is you make scribble on something, pretty much anything, and then the scribble means something.
And so
Okay.
you don't forget it because it's written down.
He gets his hand and he like squiggles in the dirt. What does that mean?
As Kincaid was doing that, I just want to write on the ground. Have your people visited here before?
He wants to know if your people have visited here before.
My people.
Yes, his people.
Because you're both half.
7 words.
That's second word.
Wait,
Seven sisters.
Does he
Head.
wait,
Forehead. Or
the
seven sisters.
Chastraki.
Hydra?
Hydra. Hail Hydra.
7-headed Hydra. Have you
Seven-headed.
seen a 7-headed Hydra
Not 7.
that visited here? Is that what? Why do you want to know about a Hydra?
They're pretty cool.
Oh,
Do the
mate.
heads of a Hydra
like seven,
ever
like a
argue
little
with each
little
other?
lady thing like that.
They don't speak. They'll try and eat you, but
Do they try to eat themselves?
No.
Because they keep on regenerating?
no,
Sure.
that'd be stupid. Just share the
Really?
food around. Anyway, come
I
on.
motioned to Ricky like, no.
You guys start.
7
walking.
ladies.
7 paint me like one of your French girls. 7 sisters.
And so you guys are playing this guessing game while you walk back.
And then it's like
It's probably
7
like
sisters. 7 sisters. Have the 7 sisters been here?
visited here.
Visited here.
again. I'll explain it all when we get back to camp. Everyone's going to be quite surprised to see. Actually, Trev, can you go ahead and
Trev.
give him a heads up? We got some company, and Trev's like, yeah, let's go, party time. And
We've like visited like the middle of Northern Territory or something at this point. They've never seen anyone. They're all just completely bogan.
remember in my setting, orcs are ochre.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
these are the most
The
ochre.
ochre.
Which sort of fell
Yeah.
in when I said
a
Thurin's going to be a bogan. It
I
sort
was
of just
like,
fit in
we
nicely.
gotta go with it.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a whole tribe of Russell Coy.
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic.
But yeah, let's stay here for a
Time to
week.
hit
Yeah.
the road. So, takes you about 30 odd minutes, and you're sort of playing this guessing game while you walk. And Barry's hangers on are sort of just like trudging along either side, protectively, like looking outward. They are equally ripped. They are all like super fit, survive or die sort
Are
of
their
thing.
names all like Shazza, Dazza,
Baza.
Plaza?
Why
Like,
don't you ask them?
what are your names?
Oh, me, yeah, I'm Mark. And
Oh.
and that's John.
Pretty standard.
What are your names? Actually, yeah, that's a good point. G'day, I'm Barry. And you are?
I'm Varus.
Is it Varus? Yep.
This is
Brother
Thurin.
Kincaid.
Sorry, one at a time.
Brother Kincaid.
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 Is the brother, is that like part of
It's
it?
the title. Honorific.
Oh, okay. Yep. And you, little man?
Sorry, I'm just
Yeah.
writing down your names. I'm Gimrick of the clan Rocksplitter.
Cool, I like it.
We call him Ricky.
Ricky. Now I can get behind that.
Yeah.
And this one.
Is Thurin.
The mute.
That's not a, it's an orc name?
Isn't it? I mean, he's an orc.
Yeah.
What defines an orc name? Really?
Well, I suppose compare the pair. Mark, Baz, Trev, John, Duradin.
It doesn't
When
really...
you put it that way, one of these things does not belong.
Yeah.
More a dwarven name.
Interesting. It is.
I wouldn't know.
Well, you already know that.
Yeah, I've just kind of put
Yep.
2 and 2 together.
Yeah, it's like
Your
one of those
name-
things where you noticed it, but
Yeah.
you didn't really, it didn't occur to you that
Like
it's
Richard
significant
Fromage,
kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you get back towards camp, and there are like palisades made of like living root to sort of defend their position. It's not a huge spot, but it's a defensible position. You are at the edge of the deeps, and up against the sort of sheer cliff wall. They have encircled their position with like one entry sort of deal, as defensible as it can be.
Oh, it's like a semicircle up against the
Yeah.
cliff that is the
So
border
let's
of
say
the deeps.
cliff,
Yeah.
palisades.
Nice.
I'm with you.
And as you come into town, you see something that you haven't seen in a while. You see children running around.
Whoa.
You see all manner of orcs, and unlike Fowlan and his tribe, a lot of these are not half orcs. A lot of these are full-blooded orcs. Like the prominent tusk is more, jutting, bulkier physique, not as lithe as the half orcs, and across the way you hear a couple of them arguing in very like aggressive tones, and it just seems business as usual. There's a lot of bustle, people preparing what smells like cooking meats, and a very welcome smell. It smells like a meal is being prepared.
Yeah. Can I Barry, is this is falling stars, correct?
Falling skies.
No.
Falling skies?
Oh, right.
Stars?
Oh, close. Good try. No. Falling Skies a little bit further on.
Okay,
Is this
but that's where the
Howling
sisters are.
Peak?
That's where the sisters are. Howling Peak? No. Does this look like a peak to you?
Maybe it's a false name. Maybe it's a joke.
No, this is not Howling Peak.
Maybe there used to be a peak, but it fell.
Make a history check.
Interesting.
Is that where geography would come in?
Yeah.
It's a
Nature, history.
He makes some weird noises when he's thinking,
Eight.
doesn't he?
You
8.
get used to it.
You've heard of Howling Peak. You're not entirely sure where it is.
Yeah, it came up a
That's
few
what I
sessions ago.
have written down. The seas of Howling Peak.
Cool.
No, it came up a few sessions ago, and we asked someone about it, and they were like, "No, I'm not telling you about that. That's not your business." I remember that much.
Can I ask that to Barry?
Maybe
Hang
elsewhere.
on, what is? I thought that was where the seas were at Howling Peak. What is Howling Peak if not where the sisters are?
Let's sit around the campfire and have a chat, eh?
About Howling Peak?
Sure. You guys can ask all of your 1 billion questions.
I have so many questions.
Well,
You guys
yeah.
have a lot of questions.
We don't want to waste questions you can answer on the seers, so
Exactly. That's why I'm saying let's have a sit down.
Okay.
We'll talk
Absolutely.
about things.
Then Kincaid's sitting is just him retracting his legs into
Yeah.
a shell.
don't even need a chair.
Yeah. So, you all sort of sit around. A lot of people just sort of like peering at you, but everyone sounds pretty bogan. So there's lots of, "G'day, how you going?" Yep. And there's some oldies, but again, wiry and like they've
Leathery.
survived. Leathery, yep. And yeah, strange to see children. You haven't seen any in like a week, 2 weeks.
yeah.
Tap Val on the shoulder and I point to the kids and I'm like there are none up there.
That's a good point. Barry, you have children here? Yep. Why? We have not been able to bear children in probably 12 years.
The other shaded.
None of our tribes up in the shallows have been able to. What? Oh, that's unfortunate. Bad luck?
Well, the other shaded seem to be shooting blanks.
I like this one.
Yeah. In your
uh,
professional medical opinion.
I haven't heard of anything like that before. But alright. Yeah, we have kids. Why? Oh, I mean, you don't have them, Fowlan. Okay. That's weird. I mean, you're going to ask the sisters?
He's
No.
got a bigger question,
I
I
have a
think.
much more pressing question. Oh, righto. No rush. What else you got? Come on, shoot some of these questions back at me.
Okay.
Yeah, you look like you had questions
Howling
coming out of you.
Peak.
Howling Peak.
What? I thought it was where the sea is were.
No, but I see where you gotten tripped up here. All right. So, way back at the, I don't even know how long ago it was.
A hot minute ago.
A hot minute ago, before the sisters were enmeshed where they are, one of the sisters misused the powers that the Great Mother had given them and was banished from Glendoltha entirely.
Okay. Following so far.
She went somewhere, and it is rumoured that she went to Howling Peak.
And where is Howling Peak with this maybe banished sister in it?
That's a good question. We used to only get our info from people that had come down here and ask them questions. We haven't had any visitors in a while. I haven't. Well, we don't leave the sisters unprotected.
Okie dokie. So there was the 8th sister is at Howling Peak,
Seventh.
maybe.
The 7th. So there's only 6 here.
Correct.
Oh, my mistake.
The sister still lives, we assume, but she's no longer welcome.
Okay, so went to Howling Peak, maybe, and nobody knows where that is. Or you guys don't anyway. Maybe
I
someone
got no
else
idea.
knows. Okay, follow-up question.
Would I have
Mardrith.
heard of Howling Peak at all? Maybe.
Probably not. I think the only person that mentioned it was Ostrin.
Because I remember at some point, like, Elspeth or someone, like,
Very early on.
mentioned it,
Yeah,
and you were like,
it was
oh, what's
Austrian.
that? And they were like,
Theoden asked
man.
about this is when Austrian information, blah blah blah, books say da da da. Theoden, seers, people who wrote about Glendolfa Forest, Chastraki tribe, folktale of the seer of Howling Peak.
there you go, okay.
So it's like
It's just like alleged.
So
Yeah.
they've verified that folktale. That it's also a folktale down here, meaning, like...
Could
Correct.
that be because in like the original when Theoden heard about it, it was like he read that it was somewhere in a land out far, far west. Could that be Howling Peak?
could be. But that's about all you've read.
Yeah.
It's like
It was just like a little.
unconfirmed-
It was just like a little scratching in a
Yeah.
journal, like
Yeah.
being visited by this
A
person who
footnote.
called themselves a seer
Yep.
from whatever.
Yes.
You know, it's just like an old dusty thing from a millennia ago.
With the sea stars, we get a question each.
That is correct.
Do
Yes.
we have to do anything to be allowed to ask the questions, or can we just wander in and be, hey, what is how many apples, whatever?
Well, you see, the trick is you have to give your free will to know this answer.
Yeah, what they get out of free will. I like my free will.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the rub. You have to give your free will to know what they are going to tell you.
What do you mean when you say
permanently?
give free will? Like, what is that?
Well, they need your permission. They can't just do it.
Oh, so we're not giving them our free will, leaving
No,
ourselves
no,
with
no.
no free will,
But-
controlled like freaky mind puppets by the sister. That's not what
Correct.
we're saying.
No, no.
Okay.
Why would anyone come here if that was the case?
Well, that was going to be the
No,
follow-up
no.
question.
But when you ask them this question, they will tell you something that you wouldn't otherwise know, even if you don't need to know it. You're asking this question. You need to fully give them your consent to be able to tell this question.
Because we
and
might
answer.
not like the answer.
Oh, is it? So it's one of the, be careful what you ask, because
Correct.
you're going to get the answer.
Yeah.
It's-
Whether you like it or not.
It's sort of like the
Finger on the monkey's paw.
If you ask them how you're gonna die, like that sort of, it's
Correct.
You're tempting fate a bit.
You're going to be trying to avoid death so hard.
Yeah.
I remember seeing there was a little halfling fella many years back who came back ashen-faced. He didn't like his answer because he was going to die within a few weeks.
Oh, he asked that.
Stupid question to ask. I
Yeah,
don't want to know when
horrible.
I'm going
I'm
to
starting
die.
to question my
It's
question.
written. It is written in Jergal's book. Why do you need to know?
Yeah, Jurgle.
That guy.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
Final scribe, the pitiless one. You know that man.
yeah,
I have a question, Baz.
y-
Do you have anything like
I
this?
like it. Yes. Yeah.
Do you have anything like this down here? And hand him the flask.
Wait, what was your name again?
Barris.
Vaz. Vaza?
Yeah, that'll do.
Vaza.
That'll do. But yeah, and hand him the wine.
Smells alright. He's just going.
Well, yeah.
Did you do the hurricane thing?
What is that? That's bloody great. I haven't had something like that in years.
It's
They do love their goon.
wine. It's mostly made out of grapes, I think.
Wait. How is this? And he tries pouring it, nothing like splashes. It
Oh,
just
it's
sort of...
magical. You can only drink from it. You can't.
Wait, is there a limit?
Oi,
Oi, boys! He starts handing it around.
I'm admittedly curious though, so
We
I'm just
have-
gonna let this play out.
There might be a limit, but we haven't found it
I
yet.
can't wait till it changes, like mid-handover, and it's like someone...
Well, if it's like on a time basis, then it won't change. But if
Yeah.
it's on a volume basis, it may.
I just like try to get them to stop, and then I circle, like tell them all to get in a circle.
Okay, make a...
Communications
Yeah,
check.
what can we use?
Persuasion?
Persuade or performance or
Yeah,
persuasion,
performance.
up to you.
6.
They are not paying attention to you. He's like, guys, this thing is like bottomless booze. Go.
I just clap really loudly.
And
Like,
these are like huge guys. They're all just
Boy,
like,
yeah.
yes.
I'm trying to play Goon of Fortune.
Everyone like Kincaid just spin around in a circle.
Well, it doesn't work. It has to go directly into the mouth.
Yeah, but I just squirt, assuming
This
that I'm the
mental
tallest.
flask.
Yes.
Either way, very distracted, and you struggle to get their attention.
Because I'm mute.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just let this play out. I'm just curious.
Anything
What will
happen?
Quite a few at his yells of like, "Oh, get over here!
Get
There's-
around it.
There's like 30 odd people start coming up. Some of the kids come up and like, "Yeah, get some of this in your village." And the little kids just like,
Alright, well, I hope
"Oh
all
man,
children are more resilient than humans.
this
You
lot,
do not, your children do not drink.
this lot of
Proud
heart.
children do not.
Wine maybe."
Once
yeah,
our
but no, we don't
hatchling.
start at
Yeah.
age 5.
Really? As
Yes.
soon as our hatchlings survive this surf. Vodka!
And Barry sort of
Scales on your chest.
he sits back down. Right, what were we saying? That is a neat thing.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
Give it back. Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
Oh, okay,
it's
still
it's
going.
making the
Alright,
rounds.
yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I just nudge Varys to like get him to ask
Or he.
if there's like a healer that
Oh.
can fix.
Yeah, do you guys have any kind of healer or magic caster or something along those lines?
I mean, the Great Mother is our healer. What's
like a
afflicting
specific
him?
conduit for the Great Mother here in your tribe?
What's afflicting him?
He
Fear?
looked through
madness.
this, and I pull up the freaky deaky mask.
Yeah, and he goes to
No,
take-
no, don't put it on. That's how he got like this. He looked through it, and
Oh, you cheeky little shit.
something happened to him.
Okay.
He hasn't really been able to tell us what, although he sort of
He tried.
intimated.
Okay.
Spooky things watching us, something along those
Right.
lines.
Oh,
Yeah, and now he can't talk.
Oh,
So, yeah, do you have anyone that could maybe help us with that?
I
I
could
mean-
talk temporarily.
In the presence of a unicorn, do you have any unicorns?
what?
We encountered a unicorn on the way here. Do you know that those are real and exist in your forest?
In the
One.
shallows.
In the shallows?
Not down here.
was
Not
in
that
the
I've seen anyway.
Sorry, it was in the shallows.
Yeah. A couple of voices are like, yeah, no, I've never seen one of them.
Well, there's some knowledge from the outside
Bigger
world.
than I
Unicorns are
thought.
real.
It
Yeah.
would be in my head like Shetland.
Tell me more.
But
What?
this think like Clydesdale, but and like hectic look.
Do they know horse breeds?
They have horses down here.
Natural too, absolutely not. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Just a lot bigger than I thought.
Okay. Why could you talk in front of it? That's weird. Yeah, that's a stupid thing to ask you a question, isn't it?
Something to do with its magic, maybe.
Okay. Wait, so this thing's like a magic thing that he looked.
The mask.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
But,
no good.
Yeah, but yeah, do you have anyone that knows anything about magic in particular in the village, or no?
Look, in the presence of the sisters, you should be fine.
Okay, well that's
I would. The Great
You'll at least
Mother.
be able to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be kind of pointless if you went in and couldn't ask him a question. But oh well. You should be fine, I reckon. What do you reckon, Trev? Yeah. Alright.
She'll be right.
Yeah, should be right.
Bad luck for now.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, and I can't believe you tried to let me look that thing. Sorry, that stuff's kicking me in the face.
Well, yeah, it's good. It's pretty good. Well, it's not. We don't know if it only robs you of your ability to speak. It might do other things too.
Okay.
But
Well,
he
all right.
doesn't.
I'll
like,
not look
he
through
couldn't
that.
know that.
I sort of be like, do you know what this is?
No, I've got no idea. It looks like some sort of like a circus thing. No.
Yeah, I suppose the next question is how soon can we go see the sisters?
Yeah, I've got a question as well, actually.
Oh yeah. All right. Yeah, hold on to it. I mean, you'll have to wait a day. It's nightfall. But you should be able to see him tomorrow.
They know it's nightfall. It's always dark out here.
It's darker.
That's Yeah, you can go as soon as you like. You can
Yeah,
wait
cool.
up to you.
Yeah, no dramas. Yeah.
We
yeah,
don't have a backlog of people coming to have a chat with them.
Yeah,
It's lit wouldn't be bad.
yeah no, that's a good idea. Yeah,
We're a little bit
rest
beat
in,
up.
then I'll be
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. We got some meat on the spit, so if you want a little something, we got you covered.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm
All
sure
right.
Ricky will be happy to strike us a tune.
Do you have any
Yeah.
druids? Magic casters, spell casters?
Yeah, why?
Just want to chat with them.
I mean, you'll chat with them tomorrow if you go talk to them.
Oh, that's the seers are druid.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Oh,
Yeah.
you'll find out. It'll be great. Be careful asking questions though.
Yeah, that'd be
They
fine.
may not be talkative.
Yeah,
Um,
and a little thing I've been thinking of: don't ask them, "Hey, are you guys the seers?" Because that's a question. Then you'd kaput.
Can we ask our questions now?
No.
Oh!
Yeah, gone.
yeah, be very careful. I'm pretty sure Billy wasted his question doing something stupid like that, and
Suck did Billy!
I just yell that out.
yeah, you toss. Yeah, what an idiot. But no, yeah, you will get one question in your lifetime. So
Wow.
make it count.
What about if you get brought back from the dead?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Anyone ever tried to feed it?
Do you want me to kill you and
We can try.
something?
No, thank you.
Yeah,
I'd rather
I
not know
could.
the answer to that.
I could. And he's like this bulky, mad look in his eye. Yeah. Yeah, but that's a good question. I don't know.
My question,
Yeah.
changing topic a little bit,
Oh,
dig around in my
okay.
pockets and pull out the little song stone.
Ooh, that's pretty. What
And
is
I'm
it?
like, do you have this down here? Have you ever seen this?
Chug it here. What? He like opens his hands.
Oh, right, that's right.
Oh, sorry.
Was
Maybe just
that like a? Are you like a trickster or
no.
something?
Like I
Have
can't
you seen
get
the
rid of
movie
it.
Click?
I can't get rid of it. But
Oh.
yeah, I'll hold it in front of
He
your
sort
face.
like gets up off the ground. I've got no idea. Looks pretty cool though.
Yeah, it's interesting for sure.
Yeah. I mean, is that what you're asking him about?
I mean, maybe I'm kind of questioning my question choice after you said,
Oh, good.
you know, after we were talking like you might not want to know the answer. I'm like, oh, do I?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a hard thing because you don't
Gotta
know.
sleep on it.
You don't know what you don't know yet.
Mm.
And when you find out, you have to know that for the rest of your life. So make sure it's something that you actually want to know, not just a passing
Can
fancy.
I ask you a question?
Yes. Goodbye. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah. What else you got?
Do you have any questions for us about the outside world?
Yeah. What's going on? Been pretty
not much,
quiet
really.
down here.
I just write in the dirt FA.
Yeah, sweet FA.
He has no idea what it is. He just looks at you scribbling. Scribbles his own little squiggles.
He
Yeah.
expects you to understand it.
Is he,
Can I do
did he
like?
get it?
Can I do like insight to see if
you're
I
really
understand?
breaking through to him.
Can you what, Lots?
Like insight to see if I understand what he meant.
Oh, there's
Like
there's
I know it's just like absolute
completely
nothing. But if I
illegible.
like have like oh yeah, that's
like-
what he's saying.
It's like reading a toddler's
Yeah.
scrawling. There's no logic to it.
Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, there's no meaning to it.
Yeah.
He's just thinking like you're just making shapes in the ground. He can do that too. Yeah. So wait. Fairlawn? Yes. What tribe were you from, mate? It was the Koya. One of, we used to come down fairly often. Fairlawn. Did you personally used to come down? I reckon I know the name. It has been a while. Maybe 20 odd years since I've been down. Oh, yeah. Okay. Maybe it's not you. Either way. That's alright. I thought I recognised you for a second, but man. I can't get over you, big boy. Like, you look like us. You look like you'd fit right in here, but you don't sound like you would.
Doesn't sound
Well,
like much at this.
Exactly. That's
He
a
does
shame.
when he speaks. He sounds a bit like you guys.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah?
Honestly does.
Mm.
So you've heard him speak before. This isn't
Yeah.
just...
Yeah, this
Okay.
is the last
Yeah, no,
couple
it's
of
only-
days.
I just got the mask in.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
It's one.
Like 2-3 days.
And the flask comes back around. And he's like,
Good one.
that's some good stuff. And the smell of cooking meat is intensifying. It's
Lovely.
mouth-watering. By the
Alright.
end of your day,
Alright, I'm down for some real food after my few
Okay,
days
it's
of mayo rations.
Beak is watering.
however,
I just nudge Ricky at, like, you know, to ask, like, the question that I asked before.
Yeah.
Like, just reminding him.
7 words.
Have the Seven Sisters visited here?
oh yeah. So that's what you were trying to say. Visited? No. They stay in Falling Sky. They are enmeshed with the Great Mother there.
Have they just always been here as long as you've known?
Yeah.
Except when that one sister betrayed. When you said a long time ago, before they were enmeshed there.
Enmeshed, yeah.
Enmeshed. Where were they? Were they roaming?
We don't know.
Oh, okay.
These are ancient.
And no one's
beasts.
asked in any
Are
lifetime.
you going to use that question?
I would have thought someone would have by now.
Everyone thinks the same.
Everyone thinks someone else will do it.
Exactly. I want to know stuff about my life. I don't really care about where they came from. I just know they're there.
Yeah.
Just like I pointed, like, have you
What was your
asked?
question?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
You actually got it.
I'm like, yeah, is that what you're trying to say?
It was a bit of a mistake. I asked about a girl. Regret.
I
But,
just slap him on the top of the head.
yeah, we got that coming. I regret the question because she died a couple days later.
Oh.
It was
Relating to
very-
getting the answer.
very much wasted. But that's all right. You learn. Well, you can't really learn from this one, but I can at least pass it on to you guys. It's a toughie.
Yep.
I'll
Don't
just
ask
go-
about a woman.
Don't
I'd
ask
go-
about
And look directly at Ricky.
Don't ask about anything that might die.
Do you think I'm here? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Think.
Head, think.
No think.
no.
Stomach.
Think.
Do you know what's
No
for dinner?
stomach.
I thought with my balls. He's on it. You
Oh.
are like us. Sorry, dinner? What?
Yeah, dinner.
Well, that's what I thought he was trying to ask. Do you know what's for dinner?
It's like you're thinking with the wrong brain, but he got it.
Yeah, one of the larger birds, I don't know what they've caught and brought home, but I found something. And so, yeah, as you're chatting away, unless you got any other pressing questions or anything like that for him, the meat is left on the spit, and basically it's up to you to go and get it whenever you want it. No, there's no plates, there's no utensils or cutlery or
Start
anything.
ripping right off the spit.
You just
the
rip
best
stuff.
way to eat it.
Well, I just get a dagger and just carve a piece off, sort
Yep.
of thing.
Claws just.
And like, there's a few large haunches, and the orcish folk are they just tear shreds off and just like there's no politeness, no manners here. It's just eat to survive, and you go to town. As soon as you're full, you go away. Kind of offensive to you more cultured folk. It's just like, ooh,
Yeah,
it is rough
Don't
around
like
here.
a mukbang.
But yeah, then, and one of the orcs is like firing up at another one. That was my bit, and they just start like going at each other, and he seems to just like reach this level of anger, and like that fisticuffs. These guys start like bashing the crap out of each other, and the boys are like, "Oh, look out, he's got oh shit!" And and sort of like he's trying to bite the other guy, and just like going nuts. He's like, "Yeah," and it's a couple of them to restrain him, quite out of hand. And they're sort of,
I'm just sitting there like smiling and nodding, like, you know, the Zach Galifianakis meme was like,
I was thinking the.
what are we doing, Jack Nicholson?
Yeah, I was thinking the Jack Nicholson.
And he's sort of like pulled off into the trees. You can hear him sort of like just howling with fury at being pulled away.
Yeah.
And everyone just sort of like, all right, back to food, and goes about their business.
I'm gonna ask Varys for a swig of the wine, and then I'm just gonna take my shirt off and be like, "All right, who wants to wrestle me then?"
And all of these orcs, like halfway through their food, some finished, turn and like how tall are you?
Like literally like 4'6".
Have you ever been booted
yeah,
like a
4'6".
football before?
4'6". So
You will get passed around like a rag doll.
pretty much,
Run, Ricky, run!
Pretty much
Hey, this looks fun.
anyone above like a certain age, they're all like 6+ foot. They are peak athlete size, and like some of them towering 7-foot behemoths of
Yeah.
these orcs, and they are just like pure muscle. And you
I've
rip,
got the biggest grin on my face. I'm like, let's go. Like, grease me up, woman.
and one of them's like, "He's got a bit of spit to him. Let's go!" and launches at you.
Beauty.
What are you gonna do?
I'm just gonna bear hug him and try and bring him down to the ground.
Okay, make a contested athletics check.
Dwarf Jitsu.
Oh, that was a big roll. Dirty 20.
He underestimates your size. He's thinking tiny person, got nothing to him. He can see that you're hairy, but that's about it.
Can't
And
grip all that
you,
hair.
you are built.
Yeah.
And
Solid like rock.
he's sort of like it's awkward height wise
4
for
foot,
him.
lower
Somewhat-
center of
Well,
gravity.
yeah,
Yeah,
low
exactly.
center of gravity is
Exactly
actually a
right.
pain in a grapple fight.
He rolled a natural 1.
Oh.
And so
Couldn't have gone worse.
he completely underestimates your size, your steadiness, and crashes into you a little too high awkwardly, and you just sort of like shoulder bump from where you are, and it's enough to like topple him off to the side, and he sort of, what the hell?
I let out like a cackle roar, like I'm like,
Kincaid does the like Guardians of the Galaxy like Drax laugh at the one.
And all,
saw him like rubber ball!
all of the orcs around do the same. What an idiot!
Tell me this is Billy. Like, tell me this is the guy that wasted his question.
No,
Like,
no.
Oh. He's like the village idiot. Like,
Oh, Timbo, what a toss! You went straight down. Everyone's having a good laugh, and he's sort of like, hey, shut up!
I'll go shake his hand.
Ricky went through you like a good hot curry.
And the other orcs are like, yeah, no, I'm good. That was perfect. I saw what I needed to see. You got some guns on you. You want to wrestle? You want an arm wrestle?
Oh, gee, all right. Keep me out of the mud.
Dancing lights and just have the 4, but just sort of slowly spinning.
All right. One of them sort of steps up, an older fella.
Same again.
Let's go.
16.
Good grief, I rolled a 3. Yes, they are underestimating your size. They're like, size and stature means power.
Yeah.
And in this case, you're tiny. And they're like, yeah, should be easy. And you just, BAM! And he's like, okay, maybe he's not such an idiot. And someone else is like, yeah, give me your gun.
Where did I get a drum from? Because I've got a drum.
I
don't
got
remember.
one, and then
you picked it up.
You were still Ricky, so
Yeah.
Oh,
you needed an
I want to be
instrument.
doing, you know, like the Terminator thing.
And this big guy steps up and he's like,
Okay.
let's go, little man.
And Ricky has the biggest grin on his
Can I-
face. 25.
He actually didn't beat that. He's like, "Ugh. What? That doesn't slam him to the ground though.
Yeah, okay, go again.
You've gotten him like on the side, and he goes, and you see him like flex and
geez.
spit and stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna do me in. 11.
Okay. He starts, and you just see like he's full flex, the arms going nuts, and he's getting you back to the other side. Roll once more.
The Red Ringer, the Fairy Fury.
Oh, yeah, I'm losing my strength here. 14.
Okay, he's got ya.
Yeah.
He's just going full berserk in your face. And he stands up and he's like,
I stand up as well, like, that's more like it. Like,
and everyone's sort of like
Yeah.
clapping you on the back. Where's that little thing of stuff? Everyone's like, it's going nuts in there. But
I step up and like,
yeah, all right.
Just before
Yeah, I'll
they
go
go,
over
can
it.
I nudge Baz and say, do you guys have money?
oh, no.
No, not really.
I mean, Kate sort of explained goods
Yeah.
and trade. and
Yeah.
whatever.
Like, we know what it
He's
is.
Varyson's trying to
Do you guys
take
gamble?
bets.
I mean, if you got stuff to chuck in the pot, we'll do it, but we don't do money. We don't
Well,
have a
yeah.
use for it
Yeah, I
here.
You
don't
can
like have
gamble-
anything
I'll say-
particularly.
I'll
You
kinda,
can gamble
if I,
slabs of meat.
yeah,
not
if
bird.
I hear that conversation, I'll like stick a javelin in the ground, and I'm like, a javelin on Theoden.
Alright. But yeah, hold on. And he runs off to, like, back to his, to where his possessions would be. He comes back with a beautiful, gleaming axe. I've never used this one, it looks too nice, but on Trev.
Oi.
I'll pull that sacrificial dagger I got
Oh yeah.
and put
Ooh.
that on the table on Theoden.
Alright.
Do you have any inspiration?
Nope.
I'll take out like the flask of vodka. On through it.
Okay, and other,
They shall
people,
lost me guide your
Yeah.
strength, and I put guidance you.
other,
What do I
other
get? Is that
people
one
drop,
d4?
in, drop
yeah,
in
sorry.
random stuff like some nice animal
Yeah.
skins and all this sort of stuff. I'm pretty certain there's a little pile like separated one side of the other. And Trev's like, yeah, let's get it. All right. And you're sort of like,
Can I use Divine Smite? Just like.
In an arm wrestle.
it's not an attack. Like the thing that you're doing is not an
You
attack.
just want your hand to catch fire for style points, or
Pretty much, yeah.
the style
Just
points.
like
if it's like a Super Saiyan arm wrestle.
Yeah,
I'll
pretty
allow
much,
it.
yeah.
I assume you're not attempting to do damage.
No. Just
I
like
just
having,
look
like,
cool.
just for aesthetics.
I'll allow it because I like it.
Yeah.
And so he's sort of like, you see him starting to froth up and go a little bit berserk.
I'll do like thaumaturgy, so the ground's like tremors. Like,
Yeah, I'm doing it. I can hold a beat a little bit better, and I'm.
I got.
Oh, this is cool.
BGM. Yeah, I don't really think. Yeah, well,
I
I
don't know
can...
if we have a.
You speed up the lights.
Actually, yeah.
But like as it like sort of
Yeah.
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 And they're like, let's go! Make
Rolling
your
now? Okay.
athletics roll.
I've like prematurely
you
rolled
get it.
3
You get a
times.
D4.
Oh,
with
and it got
guidance.
Yeah. So that is 25.
Okay,
Nice.
25.
Good.
You immediately he looks like he's weakened a little bit since your wrestle, and you get him most of the way down. And he starts to a little bit of fear in his eyes, like he's gonna lose, and your hand just like glows in his face. He's like, "What?" A little bit distracted.
Mentally, I'm like, do I get advantage because he's attracted?
No.
Mentally, I'm screaming like Goku, but you just say
Kind of goes into it.
20.
Oh, nice.
Dirty 20. Not, no.
Okay.
Mm.
21.
Oh.
And like he's built like tree trunk arms. He gets you back up to about middle. Again.
26.
Oh, there it is.
Equal.
Oh.
And you can see the arms
Yeah.
like.
Blood.
Yeah. I'm waiting for a tendon.
All right.
Can I use guided strike?
It's only
Oh wait, no, I've already used it anyway.
Yeah,
But
Yeah,
for
you're still
flavor.
glowing. Go for it.
21.
Still good.
Oh no way!
Yeah, you're on a 26 again.
Jesus.
Jeez, yeah.
He's no small guy.
Yeah.
All right, final roll.
25.
Potentially.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. You get him back up to the middle.
Oh, gosh.
Thought he had you, and you
This is
sort
like
of
the most
redouble.
epic arm wrestle.
Yeah.
ever.
Yeah.
And the lights and the drums are
Yeah.
going.
Yeah, that's not good. That's 13.
You're still ahead. He rolled a 1 and a 3.
Oh. Wait, are
So-
you rolling advantage with him?
Absolutely.
raging.
Oh my
He is
God.
raging.
Nice.
He's
Yeah.
raging.
He's frothing at the
Yeah.
mouth. So you get him real close. You get him a good distance with that one.
Just one more.
So
baby.
like, you can see he's starting to fatigue a bit.
19.
No, he got a 23.
Oh,
He's
jeez,
sort of
back to the
like,
middle.
It's epic proportion. The drums.
No!
Oh, nice. What's your total?
27.
All right. So he's starting to win again. You're like,
By the power of the
And it looks like his arm's twisting like it
Oh.
looks
Snap it.
bad.
Snap
It doesn't not meant to go at that angle.
I mean, he's still got a 24.
Oh my god.
So he's put up a fight.
fight.
Come on, go.
Finish him off.
22.
Jeez.
Come on, go.
Oh, 23.
Alright, back to the middle.
It doesn't move far. One fell swoop could get him.
11.
Oh, that's a 26.
Oh. this is some intense wrestling.
15.
A natural 20.
Oh.
He gets you back to here and then. Ah!
Well fought.
You both are just like.
Oh.
Damn it, Thurden, you lost me a javelin.
And so,
And
like,
vodka.
Trev's like, yeah! Takes this, like, just
I just say-
towards him.
Best 2 out of 3.
I think his arm's
Yeah, I'm
almost
done.
gone.
What's the matter? Can't
I-
fight without your little assistance buffs, can you?
I sort of use the use him as intimidation. Like with his words, I'm like,
He's like, put her there.
What are you? Scared.
It's all in
I'm
good
done.
fun.
And he puts a hand out. Ugh. Help me. Just like quietly aside. That was pretty exhausting. Oh, you nearly broke my wrist. Why was your hand Oh, sorry. You can't talk, can you? Yeah, why is his hand glowing?
It's a paladin thing.
It sort of just
Yeah,
like
it's
begins to fade up.
Holy magic thing.
It's like,
Oh, right.
think about how the Great Mother helps you. He has someone like the Great Mother that helps him.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool. Oh, I need to go sit down. That food on top of that. Ugh. It's gonna come up. No. Keep it down.
You got the bubble guts.
I like that term, yes. Potentially. Yeah. And so Barry sort of comes back over. That was quite a spectacle. Thank you. I like those. The drumming. That's good. That added a lot. That was the most exciting thing we've seen in a while. Thank you. So, what do you want to do?
Where do we set up our
Yeah, pretty
sleeping
much.
spots? Anywhere?
Wherever you like.
Free
Just
real estate?
Inside the barricades, if you like living.
Yeah, good plan. Good
Yeah, no,
like
Yeah,
living.
fair. I'll probably.
I do like living.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'll probably wish everyone good night and go set up take an extra bit of meat with me and to munch on the way, and then go set up.
Help yourself. If you get hungry in
Yeah.
the night, just do it.
Yeah, I'll just search the crowd for the flask before I go to bed.
Yeah.
Make an investigation check.
I think it's +2, 14.
Nice. You do find it. It has changed hands a lot,
Fair.
but it makes its way back to you. You spot the just like the glint. You've got your dancing lights up. You spot the glint of it in someone's hand, and they're like, "Oh, this is yours."
Yeah, don't worry, it'll be around
Oh,
tomorrow, probably.
Beautiful.
Probably tomorrow night.
Does it keep going?
For a time, we don't really know when it changes, but
Oh.
it's wine for now.
That's pretty amazing. And a female orc's like, yeah, that was that's pretty nice. And you gonna do other flavors?
Not of wine.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, we don't know exactly what it does yet, but enjoy it while it lasts.
Yep. Yeah, we did. I thought it was gonna run out, but there you go.
Yeah.
And the women are as ripped as the men. Everyone is just shredded. But you do find your flask.
Yep.
Anything you'd like to do, Kincaid? Or any of
So
it.
if there's like, yeah, I don't think so. Sort of no druids other than the sisters.
Beautiful. All good to bed down?
Yeah, do a long rusty thing.
So you all drift off to sleep. You hear raucous laughter. And are you like sort of bunching together? Are you...
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
near enough. Just
Yeah.
resting up against it. Whatever I can
Yeah.
think on, really.
And Fallon's sort of... I'm glad I didn't put my arm in for that. That looked painful.
Good fun, though.
Yeah. That guy was huge. He was like 7 foot tall,
Yeah.
just. Never seen someone so huge. It has been a while. I mean, that's how they survive down here, I guess. That's
Yeah.
kind of
Thought
neat.
I imagine all the weak ones are dead.
People that big, but I suppose what X-Fallon's a half.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, you know, all relative.
Yeah. So previously, like
Was
looking at
Trevor full-blooded or?
absolutely, they all are down here.
You say there were some half-orcs, or were they all full-blooded?
These are all full-blooded. Looking at Fallon comparatively now,
Yeah.
he looks weedy compared to them. Like he's athletic.
He's lean.
He's
yeah.
lean. But these guys are just on another level. I'm kind of apprehensive.
About these sisters.
Yeah. I mean, we actually made it.
Absolutely did. Never doubted it for a second.
I did. I shouldn't, but we talked about this, but I absolutely doubted it.
We told you we're pretty badass.
I did. You surprised them. That was good. Can't believe he bounced off you like that.
Yeah. Good bit of fun.
Did you? You've talked about Bard College a lot. Did you learn to wrestle?
Nope, that was growing up with quite a few siblings in the mines.
Ah, yes.
That's where that knowledge came from.
Uh-huh. Well,
So,
he
yeah.
did not see that coming.
Bit of wrestling makes me feel a bit bittersweet, a little bit homesick almost.
Yeah, it's interesting. You are so hairy.
Yeah. Yeah.
When I first met you, I thought you were wearing a fur coat.
Well, it acts a
Then-
bit like
then-
that, you know.
Then I realized, you know.
I don't
it's
get
just
cold
you.
often.
I was going to say you would stay extremely warm.
You must struggle in hot climates.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just swamp.
Ugh.
Old
He just
swamp.
wrings out the swell.
It's a shag carpet in a bathroom sort of vibes.
Varys, how are you going with all this?
We're not dead. It's going pretty good as far as I'm concerned, really.
It's going better than we could have anticipated, I guess.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the deep
Yeah.
says
I think it's had
has
its
been
hiccups,
surprisingly well.
but yeah, nothing catastrophic as of yet, despite some blunders, that sort of thing.
I honestly think that getting back is going to be the hard part.
Mm.
Unless we can convince the dragon or somebody else to fly us up.
It does present its own challenge.
It's all the challenges of coming here, plus like 100 miles vertically.
Yeah.
100 is excessive, but
Well,
yes.
never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Did you learn that one in Bard College?
Ricky's. Oh wait, you couldn't have said
I
that.
can't say that's out of character.
Okay, good.
Ricky gets a nosebleed.
Yeah. Probably
Um,
psychic damage.
Reflecting on that moment while you were arm wrestling, part of why you lost in that last moment was that familiar sense behind you, watching your move, watching what you do, and you just felt this looming presence. It distracted you just as he sort of redoubled his efforts, and
Maybe we should give the marks to Trevor.
that feeling persists. As everyone sort of like conversation dies down, you begin to feel that again. And Ricky, while you were wrestling and carousing, you felt like you were being watched. Something was behind you. You were in the moment. You were like heated and keeping your eyes on who you were wrestling with, but once you slow down, that was an uneasy prickle of I'm being watched by something behind me. You know, when it's dark as well,
Yeah,
and you just
yeah.
get that feeling of like, "Nyeh."
Either of us.
No. You and Varys, you're all good?
And if I put on the mask, it'll be another madness roll, wouldn't it? Just because I want to see if like these people have anything above them, or if it's just us
You're
shadeless.
welcome to try it.
Yeah.
I don't.
You're already mad.
Yeah, but what if another madness on top of that?
What's gonna happen? You're gonna have more mad?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah, like you could get the sisters.
It does indeed
You
stack.
might get the sisters be able to talk in their presence, but he's been driven completely insane and just says incomprehensible nonsense.
You know the mushroom man?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Now leave.
And you all go off to sleep. No need to post watch. There are orcish folk that do this round the clock at all times. There is at least 4 guards outside of their fences at night that constantly patrol. It's a dangerous place to live, so vigilance does not go unheeded, and they keep their eyes peeled, and nothing wakes you in the night. You may take your long rests.
Sweet.
And
Press that
level
button.
up.
Not
We
yet.
just fought a dragon.
We parlayed with words.
Pee break.
Yeah, go for it. And that is a good point to have a short break. I'll just check that everything on stream is
Pen
all
is
good.
mightier than the
The
sword.
penis, much mightier.
Damn it, Ty.
Alright, let's just check that everything is working.
See my vest made from real Ricky chest.
Yeah, I was to say, like, I was literally thinking during last week, I was like, Ricky would probably be getting like that civilization sick. Like, you know, he's used to bars and taverns and inns and marketplaces and stuff like it. And so to then come into this, he's like, oh gosh, I got to make the most of this. Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
people just having good unbridled fun.
Yeah, and it is a breath of familiar.
Yeah.
100%.
Especially because that's all Ricky does when he's in towns, is drink and fight and eat.
Yep. Absolutely. That is your way of life.
Yeah, make friends and all that good stuff.
Dude, the orcs rolled a 1 and a 3 against you.
I know.
It works though. Completely
Yeah. I was like, I am a short little stocky dude.
Yep.
Can we keep Trevor?
He would be nice to have in your back pocket. Would not go astray.
Just give him the old, was it Shield of Faith? Send him out there.
Yeah, he was matched with you for strength, and just he was at advantage because he was raging. He's just, and it wasn't more than like a 6-second window. Of, I like it though. It would have been epic to watch for everyone else.
Oh, yeah.
Like the crowd would have been going nuts because drums, lights. You got the full.
Well,
Someone
the
animate that.
production value.
Oh yeah.
Someone animate that. Just 2 orcs going at it. A full orc's like a more green than half orcs.
They're just more wild. More, full-blooded.
Like, because half orcs are kind of more, I guess, with the human pigmentation. They're a bit lighter, aren't they? Skin?
Half, yeah.
Yeah.
It depends what they're cut with.
Yeah,
So
of course.
whatever the
but
other half is impacts their size and their out that door.
I have no idea what I'm half with. I'm half something.
what you're half with.
I'm half something.
Yeah, true.
Are we human?
Half orc, half orc.
Are we dancers?
I was hoping someone would say that.
Now the audio for that section was probably going to be trash because we're all yelling, but it was fun, and that's all that matters.
Exactly.
As long as they get the energy.
Maybe I'll just cut out all but one microphone, and we'll all pick up through that.
Just back and forth and back and forth.
Mhm.
Is there a Mountain Dew in there?
There sure is.
Need my goddamn Mountain Dew!
All hopped up on Mountain Dew.
Jacked up. All jacked up a Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew, I ate some more.
How's that Dr. Pepper going down, Ty?
It's gone. It was delightful.
Yeah.
Do you want another one? Do you want a cherry one?
Oh,
No,
go
I don't
on.
want to explode. Oh, water's good for now. The pep was good though. The pep was great, in fact. You need to be able to sleep tonight.
Sleep when you're dead.
There'll be plenty of time to drive when you're dead.
Oh boy. Damn, Trev.
Good old Trev.
Oh, trick.
Oh, Greg.
Righty.
Bless you.
Grass our senoritas.
Beautiful. Vanilla, sweeteners, top milk.
That's plain.
That's okay.
Banana.
I love it. It's far too much.
That's the lightsaber coming back.
Wow. Yeah, if I wanted to saber some light, what color lightsaber do you want?
Depends.
Purple, yeah.
I guess green would match.
You just-
Is that Samuel L. Jackson?
Motherfucker! Yes. Yes. Yeah.
How much gold do you guys have? Like on your persons?
No.
Do you have much?
56.
Yeah, geez, okay.
I didn't buy anything.
Hmm.
I didn't have to buy anything. Saving up for a Chara. Seeing what's in the markets there.
Tasty cakes.
I spent a bit on Peepo's pies, but
No gold.
Hey,
Just whatever's in the party funds.
In the group one, yeah. So you got no like personal funds?
I've got like 12 silver left or something.
Oh,
I don't know
okay,
what the
yeah,
fuck I bought.
jeez.
You kept Peepo going for the day. What a ripper. Supporting small businesses.
exactly. SYLB.
Wait, did you actually?
Yeah, we threw in for Kanuna's whatever.
Yeah.
That's what my
Yes,
gold went.
material costs.
Yeah,
Yeah, because like no one else had any gold, so me and you were like, all right.
yeah, that's what happened. But yeah.
Did you ever actually eat a Peepo's pie?
I think I just gave him to
Yeah, I'm
people.
pretty sure you gave
Yeah,
them
we
away.
just handed them out.
I gave him to the kids.
I think I might have been one.
Did I send one down to what's his face in Broadaxe?
Yeah,
I remember I bought one for him, but I don't think we're
Yeah, I
gonna
don't
make
think...
it there.
I can't remember.
Agam. Eggs.
Aggie.
Aggie.
Big A. Big eggs. Oh, I gotta ease up on my voice. Shredding it with yelling. Good stuff.
Trev.
Okay. So you'll get a good night's rest.
Level.
Oh, also,
Level up.
thank you. No. Thank you to our sponsors. We have Battlefield Accessories and we have Midnight Malaise for these wonderful background tunes. Wouldn't be the same without it.
Which, yeah, the BGM is awesome.
And we have some terrain coming in from old mate Kincaid that's starting to look pretty sexy full. So loving that. You guys probably can't see it, but that's fine. Look at that. It's a tree. Some nice
It's a
trees.
little
We're just going to put a little bush right over here. It's going to be our little secret. And if you tell anyone that that bush is there, I'll come to your house and I'll cut you. Poor Bob. He's so aggressive.
He had some stuff going on.
That's a Family Guy bit though.
Oh, I was thinking it was the Deadpool.
Oh, no.
Ross bit.
Happy little
Whack it
mountains. Just beat the demons out. We got some Betty White over here. I'm gonna put a happy little tree.
Are they doing a Deadpool 3?
I am high as a kite right now.
I imagine so.
Whoop. Still the best thing I've ever seen. I love that so much.
Fuck my eyes.
I am high as a kite right now.
Or in the like in Deadpool 2 when he goes and gets his bag of cocaine from Al's house and he just puts the bag under the mask and like hits himself in the face and the eye things just go like for the rest of the scene.
Oh, I love it. Who's texting me?
Joe.
No one important. That's okay. Okay. So, of the morrow. Baz sort of.
I have no more madness.
What are you doing?
not being mad anymore.
Okay. How?
Being sane.
I try to yawn and make a noise.
You make a noise.
Can you make words?
Yeah, it's a little phlegmy and stopped up.
Sorry, guys, verbal. G'day, boys.
Welcome back from the land of the not talking.
Okay, Barry's gonna freak.
Bloody Baz.
He's like, I'm gonna what? Wait.
See, I told you he sounds like you.
G'day, Baz.
Oh, he does speak. I thought he did, but
You
Now-
don't understand how it feels.
how long's it been?
Like
3 days.
Well, honestly, it feels like forever in here, but it's been about three days.
Yep, that's pretty nuts. Well, maybe don't look through that thing again.
Mate, you don't want to see the things I saw.
Obviously, if you couldn't talk about them, that sucks.
Yeah.
But how we all rest?
Very
And
nicely.
also, good to properly meet ya.
Yeah. I like give him a big old handshake.
Yeah. I mean, we got some leftover from last night. If you want something
Yeah,
to
get something in my tummy.
Yeah.
Or seeing the sisters.
get you through the day. Oh, exciting! And he sort of like gets excited. We haven't done this in a while. Are you ready to go now? Like, what do you wanna?
Yeah, no.
So, have any of the kids like not asked questions?
Oh yeah, we tend not to let the youth
Oh, they'd
do.
waste it,
They
wouldn't
would
they?
waste
Yeah.
it immediately.
Yeah.
We don't allow anyone under 18 years old to ask, because you need to experience some of life first before you go and throw your question at them.
Have any of them been used for questions?
Oh, we wouldn't allow that.
I smuggle a kid in my backpack.
What are you doing? He's putting me in his backpack.
G'day, seers. Here's a little something I prepared.
And I command read.
Oh,
I'm Chastraki. I don't know what reading
Yeah.
is. Well, yeah, I was going to say, like,
that would
Yeah.
not
And I'd
work.
love it
if they're going to have the same level of education as Baz.
before you commanded them, and you pulled them out. They're just like, "Where am I?" The seers are like, "You're at the seers."
Hold on one second.
Absolutely.
Hold on one sec, ladies. I'll be back.
I wonder how many people have wasted their questions just by like phrasing it poorly. Like, do you know the name of the man who murdered my wife? Yes.
And Barry's like, it happens.
More
Like-
than you think.
Yeah.
Can you tell me where the lost family treasure is?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
A few in this tribe have had a one-word answer that
Mm.
really didn't shed much light. So again, phrase it well.
No takesy backsies.
Not a chance. And I mean, you'll know what you're asking them, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, mate. Let's go
Well,
see
three.
these 7 Sheilas.
A swig of the morning flask. Or the flask.
The morning flask.
The morning flask.
That kind of gave me the squirts last night.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Called a
It was-
grog bug,
it was
mate.
nice. Well, yeah, that was unpleasant.
The old I'm not Hocker. The old AGB.
Yeah,
After Grog Bog.
yeah, one of them. It was gross,
The beer sheets.
but
Gross by your guys' standards, alright.
Now,
yeah.
can we have conversations with the ladies without asking questions? Or do they only respond to questions?
Well, get your question out of the way first. They
Yeah.
can talk, but you won't wheedle anything out of them.
Oh, yeah.
You won't they won't answer questions. They can talk to you, but
Yeah, or
I don't know what use that'll be for you. But if you want to, you can stick around with them. It's kind of intense, but it's pretty cool. It's cool to see the Great Mother at work, like undeniable.
So they draw their power from the Great Mother.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We just protect them. We have nothing like what they got.
None of the rest of the tribe have magic.
A couple of like just minor stuff, but nothing. We don't need it. Anything we need, we go to them. They know we provide, we facilitate for them, and yeah, it's interesting relationship, if you can call it that. Whatever these ancient beings are, they look like us a little, but really, I mean, it's told that they were once part of our tribe, but I don't know, not a clue.
Are they orcs?
In a manner of speaking, it's hard to describe.
Guess we'll see when we see.
Orc-ish, yeah, in a way.
Yeah, let's get going.
Thurden, before we kind of, sorry, not Thurden, Kincaid, before we set off, are you sure you're still okay to be the one to ask the dragon's question?
Do you know where Mardrith is?
No, not do you know.
Where?
Where is the green dragon Mardrith?
Yep.
Did he specify that she was green?
Yes.
Yes.
Did he?
Yeah.
Alright.
There was asked.
We could always just ask where's Phaedrith's mate, Mardrith. Just Mardrith.
We know where that is.
No. Where's Mardrith's mate?
Yeah.
Oh no,
Yeah.
you're making me sweat.
Yeah, don't confuse him. Just keep it simple.
Yes. But you're still okay to do that?
Yeah, where is Mardrith the dragon?
Yep. Cool.
Yes.
You're okay? Okay.
Well, what if there's multiple?
Then
Well,
we're screwed.
Lucky Mardrith.
Well, hopefully
go.
they'll give us.
I feel
you
like
know,
we should be a bit more specific there.
How much more specific
Like,
can you be?
specify that it's
Real-
Mardrith's mate.
But
Phaedrith.
what if Mardrith is lying to us?
Yeah.
If it's like actually
An
his
enemy.
rival or
Yeah.
something, and it's like, and would they be like, oh well, there isn't one, there isn't a dragon called Mardrith that is his mate.
The mate, yeah.
And question gone.
Yeah.
Because I thought the exact same thing,
Yeah,
and then I
that's
thought,
true.
okay,
Good thinking, brother.
It feels weird to hear him talk again.
Yeah.
Feels weird talking.
Yeah, you've grown accustomed to the silence.
And like the charades.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna miss the shreds.
initially you sort of go to start making notes, and then you're like, oh, I can talk. And you sort of pack up your stuff. Or at least you go to, and Barry's like, leave it here, you'll be coming back here.
How far of a trip is it?
Half a day. Be back by nightfall.
I'll take most of my stuff.
That's the way, let it out if you got it.
Yeah. Now I'll bring my backpack.
I'll just leave my swag set up.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'll-
It's alright.
I don't have my shell. Is
Yeah.
fine.
Portable home.
I mean, I've got a backpack, but
You're taking that with you? Okay. Now, have you all written down your questions? Are you all
Yep.
good to go? Excellent.
in I have a phone.
Oh wait, I was meant to ask the dragon's question.
What is your favorite color?
Good morning, how are you? Oh, damn it.
Nah.
What is the average flight speed of an unladen fall?
Beautiful.
Why is the sky blue?
So Barry sort of words up a few people, and oh,
Coast
so it's
is
stuck
stuck,
to the
yeah.
bottom. Yep. You get an escort of a couple of people. So, or odd.
Is Trev coming?
Trevor's one of them.
Mark?
No,
What about John?
no, they're on guard duty, same as where you saw him yesterday. But Trev and Barry. You haven't asked the name of the other two. But
You
that's
said
okay.
Mark and John?
No,
The
they're
other two?
on guard duty.
Oh,
They
the
were
two that are
with
coming with
yesterday.
us.
Yeah.
Who are these two boys?
Hey, we can speak. I'm Billy. That one's Trav.
Trav and Fred.
Yep.
So, Barry,
Barry, Billy, Trav, and Trev.
It's us.
And Mark and John, but they're on guard duty.
Yeah, they wanted to come, but you guys are pretty, like, you gotta understand, life has been pretty, as cool as it is surviving down here, it's been pretty bland without the visitors that we normally get, and it's been a long time. And that excitement last night, that was good.
Has this guy ever lost anything?
Trev's like, nah mate, I don't lose.
You were close.
Yeah, you put up a good one, but
Still undefeated.
yeah, flexes on you.
When you see
Mate.
it,
I know a midget up above
Yeah.
might give you a fair thought.
A midget.
I shit you not, he's like knee height.
Oh yeah.
I pinged him into a cage, but he was a tough little fella.
Yeah. That's pretty fun.
You should come back up with us, I reckon.
Oh, we don't leave here.
Mate, you'd have a grouse time up there.
I'm sure I would, but we have a duty to the sisters, and we take that very seriously. As much as I would love to. That's our life.
Mate, you gotta live your life by your own rules.
That's not how we say it. This lot, you'll understand. But, I mean, if it ever comes to that, I'll come up. I'll have a drink. Whatever that. What do you call that, by the way?
It's wine.
And that's the bad stuff.
Oh, what?
Yeah, mate.
Oh, that was pretty good. Yeah, well.
Personal
It was the flask that I wagered on Thurin.
Yeah,
That's the
anyone drinks that.
stuff.
He's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, that's not just water.
He's tucked that away. He's like, unscrew it. Oh, that smells stronger than that
I'll
stuff.
put scales on your shell.
Well, actual.
Maybe.
Any more way to find out, mate?
Yeah. Oh, that's better. I like that. That burns. Yeah.
But it's
Wait,
so
does this
good.
one run out?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Oh well. Tucks it back in like. He's not wearing much, but he sort of tucks it in his undergarments.
Secret prison wallet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Keisters it.
I kind of wanted to maybe like cozy up to Fowlan and just check with him
Yep.
how he's feeling about this, and like he's
has
got his
been quiet all morning.
yeah
looking
he's got his
fairly
question
drawn.
ready and stuff. Like just kind of check in with him.
Yeah, I'm apprehensive. This is a big thing for me and for our tribe, and I don't want to screw it up. Actually, Kincaid or Varys, one of you have penmanship?
Of course.
Yeah, we can both write. Yeah.
Always.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this a good way to ask? Don't write just yet. Let's talk first. He's sort of you can see he's been like going over in his head on this. The best I can think of is what was the meaning of the vision that was given to me? Is that
What the division that you have given me?
Yeah. Something like that.
I think I'd say it again.
What was the meaning of the vision that was given to me?
Sounds pretty good if you're trying to find out what division meant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so while you're walking, you're following the edge, the cliff edge, and you're traveling along. At certain points, Barry sort of, all right, boys, quieten down a little.
Just one quick question, Barry.
Yeah.
While I'm thinking of it. Last night, the delicious meats that you gave us, you said one of the bigger birds brought something back.
No, I think they brought back a bigger bird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Little guy's got it. Ricky.
Okay, don't mind then.
Sorry. Yeah.
I
No.
also have a question, Barry.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of this
I love questions.
of Fowlan's thing.
You should be see.
I'll try.
When we're asking our question, is it in like a chamber alone? Can maybe Kincaid accompany all of us and write down what they say so we don't forget? Is that possible?
Yeah.
We're allowed to be present for others' question time?
You can, absolutely. Witnessing it is
Okay.
part of the sort of thing.
Okay, wonderful.
One of you will sort of step forward onto the raised, dais, the platform where you ask your questions. And the others' voices will not be heard by them. Just yours, whoever's up there.
And what if I want some privacy?
You could tell them to go away.
Well, maybe especially for Fowlan's, maybe you could kind of scribe their answer down
I can touch
so that we don't forget any word of it,
I can stand on Gruffer.
Yeah. And if anyone else wants that, of course. Mine's going to be a one-word answer, probably.
You get your dragon question, and then we're ready.
Right. Like their answer
Yeah,
to
try.
my question. You just, where is blah 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 blah.
So, you travel. There are a few points where they tell you to quieten down. Yeah, we got some flying folks that nest up ahead. So just keep your eyes up. Keep it as quiet as you can, please.
Birds.
Yeah,
Nitrous.
I wouldn't call them birds, but whatever they are, they fly, and they'll take a chunk out of you. So let's just play it safe. So we all walk as quiet as possible. These guys, even if they're as big as they are, they still move as quietly as Fowlan. As when you're raised in the forest, you know how to avoid snapping sticks and whatever. Not that there's much in the way of stick life, but the floor is sort of spongy a bit, so it's easy to make very little noise. Mossy and that sort of stuff, things that grow well in the dark. And you travel and you walk. There were a couple of exchanges between the guys, and just, you know, oh yeah, did you hear about blah blah blah, talking camp gossip or whatever. Whatever they can do to entertain themselves is hunts. There's all sorts of inter-clan disputes, and I'll get you to roll a perception check.
Pretty sure my perception straight right. Yeah, 15.
There shall lost me guide my vision. Dirty 20. 5.
One of them is talking to another, and their voices are lowered. This is obviously they're trying to keep this kind of private, in a way. You hear them talking about the fella that started beating the other guy, and he sort of, yeah, he full blew his top, didn't he? He's getting worse. I think it's gripping him. I don't know how long we can keep him around, because that was over the top. I'm sorry, that wasn't his bit.
What's gripping him?
And they sort of like, make a persuasion check.
16.
They sort of, you can see they were being secretive in a way, not like openly talking, but they sort of look at you. You look a lot like them, and you made a good impression on them last night, especially.
Mm-hmm.
And they're sort of, well, what's going on is, it's been going on a while now, but some of us are, you don't know when it's going to happen, but it's a potential thing. I don't know what you call that, but some of us orcs are, well, you saw what he did to that other bloke over seemingly nothing.
Yeah, it was a bit over the top there.
He lost control. We just call it a madness. He seems to sort of stumble as like, how do I put this into words? And then Barry takes over. Yeah. It's alright. He's not great with his words, but so if someone's gripped by the madness, we tend to let them go.
What do you mean by let them go? Just
Yeah.
out of the tribe. Good luck.
Yeah, because these bouts will become more frequent. Marco that you saw last night it's becoming more frequent, and it's looking like we might have to, kick him out, because he's going to kill someone for nothing.
Did something cause this madness, or just one day he's just like gonna beat you up?
That's, if anyone would like to ask the seers that for us, that'd be great. We're still waiting on some of the youngsters to age a little bit. We want to know what's going on with that, because it happens, and
How frequently does this occur?
not everyone gets it. It seems to afflict randomly, but it's not good. And We don't want to get rid of our own people, but it's for the safety of the others.
So how many people, like recently, have been affected by the madness?
Oh, a couple in the past year, maybe.
You said it started a while ago.
Yeah.
You got a rough estimate on a timeline?
Oh nah,
10 years?
a long time.
Years?
No, like more bigger than that numbers. Years, like generations have come and gone, and this is a thing.
How long does it take for someone to go from starting to be affected by it to being let go?
It depends how quickly they lose control. Some with, I don't know. It's too hard to know really, but it could be weeks, it could be years between bouts. But if it comes down to once a week, once a day,
Has anyone ever recovered?
no, it's our shame, I guess.
How long ago was his madness first discovered?
Oh, it was probably a couple weeks, but another one since then is pretty bad signs.
Did he go anywhere just before it started happening, or
No
eat
more-
something funny?
No more than anyone else. No, it's been happening for generations. We
Seemingly just at random.
A curse.
could be part of being what we are, I guess. Don't know. We don't know.
Does this... I'll ask Fallon.
Okay.
Does this happen to any of the other Shaded? It's just a Gwyndoltha thing? Or...
I haven't seen
You mean
anything.
Deep's thing?
Yeah,
in general.
definitely
Like
shows.
Gwyndoltha, yeah, just...
like it doesn't happen. It's generally the odds, yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything of that magnitude. Though, sort of as an aside, quietly, versus full-blooded orcs. None up in the shallows are.
Might be something in
They've
that
all
lab.
been half orcs. These lot are a lot wilder, or bestial.
Orkia.
Could be a part of the family tree. I don't know. But he's like keeping this quiet. He doesn't want to
yeah.
want them to overhear
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
But yes, not to my recollection.
Okay.
Continuing on.
Yeah, no more questions.
Oh, mate, if he's already mad, might as well give him the mask and tell us what he sees.
Well, you see, that's the problem. It doesn't happen all the time.
Yeah, he's normal in between it.
It's seemingly it just happens at random. Maybe like I could. It was over a dispute last night. Like I don't know if it's like when he gets angry, he just loses it. I don't know. But it's not a fun thing to happen. It can happen to any of us at any time. We just bear it.
And I'm guessing all the adults here have asked their questions.
Absolutely. Some have asked the wrong questions. It's quite a long task to wait for. If you ask the wrong question, then you've got to wait another 18 years before one of the kiddos is old enough.
Any kids close to being old enough for it?
Well, a couple years.
You can send them through early.
The series it's intense. It's pretty intense. We don't want to subject our little uns to more than they can handle, and this one's a little different to what the humdrum or what we do. Hunting beasts is a lot different to this. But we'll get there.
She'll be
Answers,
right.
surely. All right, we're sort of approaching. As you're trekking down, you notice that the wall that you've sort of kept to your right, that you've been following along, it's old and sort of some places it's tumbled down. It's all vined up and overgrown, and all of a sudden it just sort of drops away, and you've got open space to your right. and you can see light. You can see daylight. And the orc sort of, you forget what that's like. We have not been down here in a while. Let's hope, you know. Yeah, we will stand guard from here. Don't want to get light blinded.
So is it actually like a clearing through the treetops?
Not yet. A bit further on, you can see that the light sort of brightens up a bit. You would need to venture a little further to see it. But the nearest tree, again, like this one getting as big as they get, about 100 odd meters across.
Yeah.
You can see its canopy sort of reaches out and there's no tree butting up against it. So you can see the edges of daylight. And you see Fallon sort of stiffen up and go.
I give him like a pat on the back.
Do we want to maybe decide on like an order? Do we want to just so there's no questions, no nerves?
Thinking
This is what we came for. Can I go
maybe
first?
Kincaid, maybe I go first, just because the main one that we need is the dragon question. And
Yeah,
if somehow
we get that
I
out of the
can't-
way.
Well,
Yeah.
also, if I stuff it up somehow, that means we can do it. One of you can do it. Obviously, we don't want that to happen. But
But
That's
If we don't get the answer
better
we
than
want.
being eaten on the way back.
And probably similar for Fowlan's. If we don't get the answer we want from Fowlan's question, one of us can maybe sacrifice our question to get a follow up for him.
Yes.
happy with that?
Yeah. Okay.
Kincaid first?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
Kincaid
and
and then you and then whatever.
And then the
I'll
rest
go
of us.
last. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want a bit
Because
of
he'll
privacy.
kick us out. Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Okay. Beautiful. And you leave Barry and his boys, the sort of behind that tree line, and you step out, and it sharply becomes a grade down into what looks like an auditorium in a way. Like there's a pedestal stepped in stone, probably 20 meters off the floor. Wide staircase leading up to a point or a flat point at the top.
I'm picturing like one of those ancient Greek amphitheaters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's interesting. When you step into this place, it's not quite how it sounds here, but a constant misting of water falls. Constant, like it's thick in the air, like when a wave crashes against the coastline. That spray
Yeah.
just constantly falling down, and you step into semi-daylight, and it's quite a shock. Varys is visibly wincing, just like, and you'll trek down to the base of this plinth, this platform, on which to ask your question. And you'll sort of stop. Fallon looks to you.
Good
Come
luck.
on, Kincaid.
This is it,
Get
fellas.
out the pen and like some parchment ready to kind of record and wander up to the plinth platform, whatever.
Yep. So you tread your way up moss-covered stairs. Everything's sort of slicked, wet at all times in this place, and it sort of dawns on you why it's called Falling Sky. It's like you're standing in a cloud. It's misting down at all times, and looking ahead, you do see this amphitheater sort of not spectre. What's it called?
Spectacle.
Yeah, sure. Can't think of the right word. And so what you can see is massive tangling vines, like as big as the tree roots that you've been seeing running down the walls ahead of you, probably 50 meters across. There's a big sort of open space between you where water's pooling, and you see they almost look like a teardrop sort of shape. It looks like some sort of strange, twisted, gigantic fruit is coming down from some of these vines. And there appear to be 7, almost like a pod, hanging from these vines. Completely natural in appearance. But when you get to the top, sort of looking across, you can see orcish faces enmeshed inside the pod, or the whatever you want to call it.
Is one of them empty?
That would be up to you to look around. One of the pods does seem withered. So the furthest left pod is empty, no face.
Cool. Yeah, Kincaid steps up onto the platform.
So how was your day today?
Does anything happen? I step up.
Step up to the streets.
That sounds like a yes.
So
That's a good line. Sounds very deep for a woman.
as you step up, you can see these figures sort of open their eyes within the tree roots.
Pods?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the orcish faces.
Yeah.
Pods, yeah.
And they that again. Welcome. We have not seen your kind. And the voice sort of echoes from all pods simultaneously.
Like very chorus kind of.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it carries across the space in a strange way. That it's like they're right next to you.
Are there like mouths moving, or are they just kind of looking at me and I'm like hearing it? Does that make sense? Like, am I hearing it in my head or with my ears?
With your head.
Yeah. Like telepathic spec kind
So
of.
can we hear it as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So you guys, you can hear it. You can all hear it as clear as day. You have traveled a long way.
Absolutely.
Speak carefully. Your question, if you please.
Where is Mardrith the dragon?
Mardrith the dragon. And there's sort of a... You can turn that up, hold on. There's sort of like this shimmering pulse that travels down the length and to the pods at once.
Like down the roots.
Yeah, down the roots, sort of twining in between, going, and it hits them all at the same time, and they begin to speak. Mardrith the dragon is located within Faladur at Howling Peak. Your question is answered. May it serve you well as you serve the Great Mother.
You sisters.
And you hear nothing more from them. The light rain sort of falling again.
I hope somebody out there knows where Howling Peak is.
And
Well,
you,
I mean, Oshran probably does.
you sort of take in the spectacle. Standing there on this plinth. And you look up. And it goes for kilometers. As long as you can see, this cliff wall goes straight up. And it looks, in a way, trying to look through the falling mist.
Yeah.
The patina of it gets more pronounced towards the top. Like you can see it shimmers a little more. And it almost looks like a waterfall in a way. Standing at the bottom of the the most gigantic waterfall you could ever imagine.
Okay, but like instead of water, it's like a mist, sort of like this weird magical sparkling mist sort of thing.
Yep. You can stay and ponder as long as you wish.
Yeah.
At some point, I assume you'll.
Yeah, I just can't, like, there's a whole lot of questions, but you only get one question, so I'm trying to think of what else can I say or have a conversation with that would be useful.
Yep.
Yeah, because they're all just quite, like, everything I can think of is a question.
Yep.
It's tricky.
I might be back if I think of something else to say that will be helpful, but thank you.
You are most.
Okay. Yeah, he steps off the platform.
Mm-hmm. So you descend the stairs, and you've all heard the answer.
Mm-hmm.
You see Fallon.
You got this, fella. I just, grab him by the shoulders, give him a back rub. You got this! Try to just, get him pumped, get him ready. Pep talk.
He begins to ascend the staircase, and he reaches the top. And you see him fall to his knees. You can see his shoulders sort of like twitching a little. And you hear him call out, "Great sisters, what was the meaning of the vision given to me?" Sorry, I shouldn't have done it through that. I forgot.
He's joined them.
And you all hear that echoing chorus of voice at the same time. "Faithful servant, your vision was given. You have heeded our call. The purpose of the vision was to bring you here and amount the ending of the Feywild from breaking through. You have done as was required by our mossy maiden, and you have shown faith. Your diligence, your integrity in the face of a hopeless task has not been unseen, and you will be rewarded with the first child of the Koya.
Ooh.
Your question is complete. May it serve you well."
So, they would have stopped the Koya from having kids then?
Or at least they have some ability to influence.
Yeah, or so, yeah.
They might not have caused it,
Yeah.
But they
can
could-
stop it.
Yeah.
Well,
At least for him.
yeah.
Now, the
Maybe
Feywild's
for
probably
individuals.
what I was seeing through the mask as well, right? Like, that would make sense.
And he takes a good 10 solid minutes kneeling atop this platform, just gazing at them, up at the spectacle above him, before he stands up. "I won't let you down." And he descends the stairs.
Sorry, can you just repeat like the middle part of that about the Feywild? Like, stop the Feywild breaking through? Was that okay?
Yep.
Jeez.
That's why I'm thinking, like, what I saw might have been the Feywild in that other
You
sort
didn't-
of
you didn't-
dimension.
You didn't get Fae off it though.
Yeah, I
you
did.
got-
Didn't I? Oh,
No,
no,
you
I
got-
got Celestial, not Fey.
And
And Fiend, yeah, not
Yeah.
Fey, yeah.
might explain the unicorn though.
No, that was Celestial as well.
Yeah.
Oh, are they?
unicorns
Yeah, they are.
celestial.
Okay. Yeah,
So
I don't know.
we haven't
But it explains the vision
really encountered anything.
and the smoke.
Fae. I
Yeah.
don't think.
But they didn't explain
the-
how to stop
The
the
thing, the Denku that Varys killed was Fey. Anyway.
Yeah, that I'm wearing on my head.
Yeah. You're breaking through.
I am the Feywild.
So Fallon comes down and is sort of like, you can see he's been weeping. Just, I was chosen. You heard it?
Congratulations, Daddy Fallon.
But that just...
Yeah. Do you have a partner?
No, but I'll
Do
find
you
one.
have a woman? No.
Mate, you better get shagging along.
Better download Tinder.
We can repopulate our young.
Well,
you
they
better-
said
I
the
mean-
first child,
The first of many.
first of many, hopefully,
The
but
first
we
of
don't
at
know if
least
that
one.
just means one. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, first implies.
However, now that comes to the question of, you know, how we're meant to stop them from breaking through, it didn't really provide us with too much information. Just that,
Bring me here and stop.
yeah. They didn't
Maybe there's
explain,
there's more here that he's going to find.
Questions are interesting. They lead to more questions. So, who's going up next?
You want me to?
Yeah, please.
I'll step up to the plate.
So, you trudge your way to the top and stand on the platform. And you guys not to use the term lightly, but he is dwarfed by just the scope of this place.
Pun intended.
Quite.
Yeah, Ricky will just jump straight into his question. Just as soon as he kind of stands up there, takes a moment, a little deep breath, and just says, "Did Lydia ever truly love me?"
And again, you see that same pulse that you saw with Fowlan, saw with Kincaid. This pulse of some form of energy running down the vines towards the pods. And they answer. Gimrick Rock Splitter. She did not at first, but your relationship was marred from the beginning. At a certain point, she did truly love you before she was lost to you. Your question, may it provide answers.
Thank you, honourable sisters.
You are most welcome.
I'll just kind of step back.
I just give him a smack on the head. Did you not listen to Baz before? He wasted his question on a Sheila, and now you're doing the same thing. You could have asked something about, like, why didn't you give up your question? He's asked about these
I
books.
I told him I'd help with these books.
It's a lot harder to find out without the sisters than
You-
mine is.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
but
almost-
it's gone and lost, man.
What does a brute like you understand
Yeah.
about the heart of a romantic man?
Amen.
Damn! Written! I've got some burn cream here!
I just give him a really stern look.
A swig from the wine.
Oh my lord. Hey Fallon, is there a fire brigade down here in the depth? Do you know? Holy bejesus.
Fowlan sort of
He could have used that to ask about how, Fowlan was meant to stop the Feywild, or,
Sometimes
I mean, the heart wants what the heart wants, I guess. Bullshit.
Yeah, I'll actually ask you guys to leave. I've decided. Just for my question, if that's alright.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
privacy is understandable.
Yeah, fair enough.
And we leave.
And you go back up the grade, back sort of towards the tree line a bit.
Do you want us to actually leave the room?
No,
For effect? Like,
You can?
well, I mean, yeah, well, I suppose if you want, yeah, well, yeah, I suppose as far as like creating good story, it makes sense.
because it still leaves
Like,
out that
yeah.
slight metagaming
Yeah,
thing,
yeah, that's fair. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Perfect.
sure.
Just don't trip on anything.
Yeah.
Don't
Trip and fall on your own shears.
Happens all the time. It's just an accident.
Don't trip on any chairs.
Oh, it really hurt.
Good luck.
This is our
Just
first
don't
solo.
fuck it up.
Alright, and don't listen to the door. With a little cup.
just watch the stream.
Yep. It'll be. I mean, there's nothing to stop them if they do.
Yeah, pretty much.
But, for story purposes, I like it. This is our first time doing this.
Run on.
So, you ascend the stairs
Indeed.
and stand, wincing a little in the sunlight.
Light, yeah.
There is a gap between the canopy and the edge of where everything stops. Forest kind of stops. And you are free to go away.
Sisters, who were the ringleaders of the plot against my family?
Varys, that is a convoluted question.
If anyone can
But
answer it.
the answer overall is the voiceless hand. They orchestrated the downfall of your family. And that is all they tell you. They were the ringleaders.
Fair enough. Alright. Yeah. That's a lead.
Yep. Which to you is,
Something.
yes, you're
Helpful.
familiar with the voiceless hand.
Very briefly, yes.
Yeah.
They tried to recruit me.
Mm.
Yeah, alright. Thank you for your time, sisters. I'll send in the last one.
You're welcome.
Alright.
You're gonna send in Thurin. It's just me. Crap, I hope I'm streaming on D&D right now.
How very ominous.
That's right.
What?
So you ascend. Varys comes back with a, I'd say, confused or torn sort of look across his face that you'd be able to see. But he passes you and ushers you on up.
Make my way downtown. Walk up on the platform.
So you stand astride it, and you look pretty at home here. And you stand before them.
Good evening, ladies.
Good evening. What is your question?
So, what is the history of my biological and adopted family, and myself, up to this point in time?
That is a large question.
I'm a large man.
The history of your family began in Fort Air.
In where? Fort Air.
I will paste this as he can.
Yeah. Is that like A-Y-R-E or? Is
You'd
it
have
like
to ask one of the others, but I'll just give it to you. F-O-R-T-A-A-R-E.
Okay.
Your family began in Fort Air. Your ancestors bore the disease of your ilk, and over time lost it, culminating with you. Your parents, Drafarel,
Drafael.
Arel, Draf A-R-E-L.
Draf, A-R-E-L.
Yep.
Drafarel.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And Kezera, K-H-E-Z, E-R-A-H.
Mm-hmm.
Your parents Drafarel and Kezara Agvul.
What?
That was their last name.
How do you spell it?
Agvul.
Yeah.
They worked within Forterre, working with those that live within Forterre. They worked your father within the local council and your mother as a magi,
As what? A magi.
an arcane technician. They grew as childhood sweethearts and fell in love, and bore what in their eyes was the perfect child. Your time with them was cut short, against their will.
Are you going to tell me what they called me?
It's not your question.
I mean, it's part of the history of the family, right?
Open to interpretation,
They had a child called this. I mean,
but
mm-hmm.
as you're speaking with them, the air around you shifts and becomes cold. The mist in the air feeling like that pinprick of, you know, when sand is blown really hard, like
Yeah,
just
yeah,
that
like that gritty sort of.
unpleasant
Yeah.
sting. And you are frozen in place. You feel this pulse of energy come from all 6 pods. And the temperature drops suddenly. And as you're standing there, affixed by these things, another pulse shoots out, dark green energy, a wave.
Jesus.
And as you're standing there, the light becomes hard to see in. Your eyes
Epilepsy
sort of
warning?
squinting. And the voice is raised above the normal way that they've been speaking. And you hear all of the voices in unison speak directly into your mind.
One of oath, raised at none, scarred in fear, forced to run. Seer of all, blocks the way. Outcast son, undoes hate. Bound in plight, blood unspun, unassuming wandering one.
And the light returns to a normal sort of, just the air goes out of your lungs as you can breathe and you feel as if you can move again. And you are shaken. You, by all accounts, things return to that normal sort of haze in the air. And each pod is exactly the same, but you can see the eyes are all fixed directly on you. And there's just these pinpricks of eyes glowing
Were
bright.
they looking differently beforehand?
They were just sort of listlessly looking out,
Right.
but currently they are all transfixed on you. And you hear nothing further from them.
They're not going to continue?
Nope.
I walk up directly to the one in front of me.
Oops. So they're 40, 50 meters
Yeah.
across, like suspended.
Okay, so I can't like actually go.
No, you wouldn't be able to touch them.
Just sisters?
Yes, Thurin. You have asked your question. May it serve you well.
But you didn't answer it fully.
We answered it as much as you need. You may leave at your own leisure.
And that whole, light show, did you have, that looked fun, didn't it?
You get nothing out of it. That's a question.
Oh yeah, true, didn't it? How do you say a question about? I say,
well and truly just.
I say, tell me everything else I want to know.
You have been given all you need to know. You will discover the rest. If we told you everything, it may not happen.
But I was asking about the past, not the future.
You were given your parents' past. You did not know your.
I asked biological and, adopted. You never mentioned anything about Jurican and how he came to find me. I did ask about the adopted as well. You answered slightly a bit about my biological parents, but
That's a good point. I did forget about him.
you never mentioned anything along those lines. And you went into that creepy trance, which, by the way, was a bit demonic, might I say. Might want to tone it down for the next one, sis. You don't want to, scare off one of the Chastraki kids.
So they're all still fixed on you. Your adopted family. Sorry, that was genuinely just me forgetting about that.
Yeah.
Your adopted family plays little part. That's why we did not mention. But
But my adopted family and how Hurricane came to actually find me and take me in, I feel like, that's an important part of the question I asked.
Jurican found you within the ruins of a town. A small infant, swaddled, and placed amongst rubble. That is how he found you. He adopted you as his own. He now lies dead, as you know.
Thanks for the reminder.
What more would you require?
I mean, you didn't mention how I ended up there for Jurican to find me or what he was doing there in that rubbled town. I feel like this is all important information.
He lives on the continent of fear.
That is correct. He lived, yes.
Lived. We see things differently to you. But he has always lived there. His family, the Order, the Red Ridge Mountains, has been their home. It was perchance that he found you. How you came to be there is a separate question.
Well, I feel like that is an important part about how he came to find his beloved son, who he, gave his world to.
By chance.
By chance.
That's how he found you.
Lucky me, then.
Is there anything else you can think of within your question that you reckon you can weasel out of him?
Yeah, no. It was just how Jurican came to find me. Like, they didn't even tell me
Nope.
about my own name.
You wanted a little history. You asked for history. There you go. History.
However, history often includes family trees and names.
I mean, I could make up a whole bunch of names about things. We could just say that has been.
But you've already got a name for three of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is perfect.
Yeah.
Which I feel is part of like the history of the family.
Mm-hmm.
Before they did their all crazy, you're unwanted, unloved, blah blah blah. You got kicked out,
Yep.
beaten up, whatever.
I think that's
Yeah.
sufficient
I'm
info.
not going to give any more.
They've answered as well as they need to within the confines of the question, I think.
Yeah.
Like, we can say outside of this, they can give you names of, like, and his grandparents.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
blah,
of
blah,
course,
blah.
yeah,
But
yeah.
they all sort of lived within Redbridge.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
The main thing was Thuridon's parents how they died, because I feel like that was a big part of the history, how he ended up where he was and how Jurican found him. That were the main, like, 4 things he wanted to know.
Okay. So using your insight, they didn't mention their death.
They didn't, no, they just said that I was placed in, and they said place, not found in the rubble, like someone had left me, or left the Ridden on the rubble in the town, near, close enough to Red Ridge that old mate came across the baby. But they didn't mention the name or how he came to be there, which is why I put the question that way.
Yep.
History of family and myself, to try get, that this is how you ended up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Open-ended question, interpreted differently.
Yeah.
Come on down.
They're upstairs. I was trying to write as the flashing was going off, and I just kept going through the lines.
Yeah, it was meant to be disconcerting.
It was hard for me.
It was hard for bloody me too.
Yeah, because you were reading.
Ripper.
Very good.
We were sitting up there, Stephen, is he going through rounds of combat?
Yeah.
Did he attack the system?
Wonder what Steve's new character's gonna be.
That was a big question.
Oh,
It was a big question.
Wasn't
Okay,
just about if someone loved me.
so
Hey.
while you guys were standing further away, like you sort of ascended the slope a bit, so you're sort of in line with him, and you saw all of a sudden that first of all you felt just a temperature drop suddenly in the air, and you noticed that Thuridin was standing stock still. The soft sort of mist looking to have whipped up a bit, and you saw Thuridin visibly, and he descends the stairs looking, and he looked
Discombobulated, confused.
Alan sort of speaks up. How'd it go?
Bizarrely.
Yeah.
You
Didn't-
okay?
Didn't fully answer what I said. There was a whole, change in everything. All of them suddenly started staring at me. Started, in unison, speaking very aggressively about how they saw sort of me and, describing me in a not so kosher way.
Kind of glad I stepped out.
It was, bizarre.
Sounds intense.
They kind of told you what they thought of you, and they really didn't sugarcoat it.
Yeah,
no
but
sugarcoating there.
the way that they did it was, it was different.
The piercing eyes sort of flashes into your memory and will probably be seared there for
Pun intended.
quite a while. No, but happy
Roll
accidents
madness.
now. Oh, it's super madness this time.
How did yours go, Varys? Did you find some solace in the answers you got?
Yeah, I got sort of what I was looking for, in a roundabout sense.
Yeah. Hey, Kincaid,
Yes.
did you write down the answer I got? Could you just read it back to me, please?
There was a bunch of stuff that your relationship was marked from the start.
Yeah, that's
And then at a certain point, yes. You said, did she ever truly love you?
Yeah, but
And they
yeah,
said
that's
they said that your relationship was marked from the start, but at a certain point, yes.
What could that mean? Do you maybe like I was a mark?
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you want a thief's opinion?
Maybe.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay, well, great.
Valid,
You
but
answer
then-
questions just like those.
The classic tale of falling
Yeah.
in love with the person that you're meant to do wrong by.
Yeah, but that was if it's marked from the start, but at a certain point, yes. Maybe if Varys is right, then
Yeah.
she
Oh,
was
yeah,
conning
but she's
you,
working
but
for someone else.
she
Yeah.
she was. It
But I mean-
started out that
yeah.
she was conning you, but then she actually did fall in love.
Yes, yeah.
But then she had to go through with the job because like Finnick, they had family hostage or something. I don't know. Had something over her.
She definitely went through
Or
with
maybe
it.
she just wanted needed the money, wanted the money
But,
more. Maybe she got cold feet.
Yeah.
She'd never felt like this for anyone as hairy as you.
Then once she's
She
already
thought
stolen
about
your money,
the
there's-
permanent rug burn and just couldn't face that future.
Guys, I've got a question of morality for you.
Oh yes.
What do you think about light kidnapping?
Depends
Define
on
light.
yeah, depends what you mean by light and also
Well,
who
'cause
and
it's
for how
loads of
long
terms.
and
We
why.
go back to the Chastraki, we play some games with the kids, Ricky does his little drum, says, "Come with me, kids!" Drum, 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 drum. Hey, there are some people over there. You should ask them this exact question worded this way.
Just
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel comfortable
We're
with that.
relying on complicated instructions given to children to be carried out to the letter. It's not a good plan.
These children aren't like the children where we're from.
Well, I
You
mean,
know,
not
they're-
only that, but
they're a little
Yes.
bit different.
when the Chastraki notice that more than one child is missing, presumably they're going to blame us, and then not only do we have to flee the Chastraki in their own home territory, which I don't like our chances of, we then also have to catch up to Mardrith and give him the lowdown. And then, if he doesn't want to take us out of here, we die.
Seems fine to me.
That's not a good plan.
Yeah, I'd rather not make enemies of the only safe haven within days.
Mate,
Perhaps
seems
they
alright.
could be more amenable to the idea if we were to help them with this madness problem. They they could be convinced to maybe, depending on how vitally we could word it, be willing to come to some kind of compromise. Maybe, but
Otherwise, the outcasted sister at Howling Peak,
If
well,
she's there,
she broke the rules of the Great Mother, right? So maybe she's more inclined to allow additional questions in a form of a bargain.
That's
So
kind of what I was
Yeah.
thinking. And also because apparently Mardrith, Mardrith's mate, is there. So maybe
Yeah.
we say, hey,
Hitch a ride?
Mardrith, presumably
Well,
you're
we-
going
yeah.
to catch up with the wife. We have some questions there.
let's
I
go
reckon
together.
that
we
sister.
do, yeah.
Because, back home I found this journal from millennia ago talking about the seers to the west, and they came into contact, I don't know how long ago it was, they came into contact with the seers, and they were told they're out west and they answer any question. So maybe that was the seventh sister, and maybe,
That's where
at Howling Peak,
is.
we'll be able to get the questions out of her.
Yeah, I think it's the 6 remaining sisters are here following the rules of the Great Mother, following the tradition. If
Let's be honest, they're kind of turds as well.
if the 7th sister was out, it's probably more likely that she is a bit more selfish and would be willing to bargain for additional questions.
I
Very
wonder
possible.
if that's. I
It's-
wonder
yeah.
if that's what she is. Are we with Barry?
No, you guys are still.
Yeah.
They're sort of on
Yeah,
the
probably
outskirts.
not discussing the kidnapping of
Yeah.
children in front of the 4 escorts.
Oh, I was just thinking it might be
Barry's
worth
like, yeah,
asking
yeah,
if
that's
they
all.
know if they know exactly what the sister did. Like if it, if she used the Wild Mother's power for herself by doing exactly like that.
Or
doing
maybe
this,
she gave more
That's what I'm thinking. If
answers
she
to
was like,
people.
oh, you give, coin and tribute, I give you as many questions as you want. That would be using the Wild Mother's power for personal gain.
Yeah,
something
maybe
like
she
that.
just didn't like the idea of spending eternity in a tree pod.
Yeah.
And the Great Mother's rules are, I gave you these gifts and now you're going to stay in this tree pod.
Now you're a bee.
Yeah, like
A pea in a pod.
you can
Exactly.
understand why someone would revolt against that.
Yeah, I would probably
Dying not so bad, living life as pea in pot. Yeah.
for eternity.
Get old pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I don't blame her. And she'd been out for a long time. Telling you.
Well, I'd say
Well, but
that's
sure,
probably a more
seems
natural
way.
progression to go to Howling Peak rather than
Yeah.
kidnap a school of
I
children.
mean, if we need to, we can just kidnap the kids, but maybe Howling Peak's a good first choice.
Yes. We'll put the kidnapping
Sure,
down in the
yeah.
bottom of the
One
list.
other thing.
Under a bunch of
I
question
think
marks.
Ricky, since you were the one who talked to Mardrith the best, something along the lines of, like, if Mardrith wants gold and coins and tribute, nobody can get down here. He just nests up near Wolfpine. Make good business of, hey, you know, you want to go down to see the seers, give me many schmeckles. You know, I take
That's a
you
fair
down
point.
to the seers.
But I suppose it's just. Yeah, I guess it's a point of asking, like, what he probably already hasn't done that for a reason, right? Like, if he's been in the deeps for 10 years without that elevator access that they've.
Maybe
Surely
it hurts
that will
his,
fly
just
like he's-
surely he can just
Yeah.
fly up.
or maybe it's too high for him to fly up with his little wings.
Or maybe he's just more
The wings were
comfortable.
pretty big.
Like compared to the trees that he's flying through,
Well,
and
he
compared
is
to how high.
Master of his domain. Down
Yeah,
there.
that's what I
Why
mean,
would
he's
King leave his castle.
Comfortable in the depths.
He's
He
got
doesn't-
his own little
I
crater.
So the only
understand
thing he's
is,
missing is his wife.
I don't know lots about
My
dragons, but what I do know, I think, is that they tend not to be the kind of, oh, that's enough, I don't need any more. I don't think that's in a dragon's vocabulary. You know? Like,
So can
I'm
you send me
good,
that,
I
like,
don't need any
description?
more land,
Because
territory,
I was
riches.
writing it down, but I just lost track halfway
that's
through,
alright.
and I was writing across lines.
Well, I mean, this one in particular is less concerned with riches.
Well, he did say, do we have a tribute
Yeah,
for
he-
him?
didn't he ask us for tribute?
Well, yeah,
And
but
didn't
his
he say the
question
court-
was
not the
oriented
court?
towards his wife, not how to free himself to get more riches?
I think I've got a decent tribute for him. You'll just need to play the best song in the world.
Was the greatest song in the world, alright.
No, but
It's
this,
probably
it
doable.
wouldn't be the greatest song in the world. It would just be the
Just be a
tribute.
tribute.
Good enough.
Nice.
We've got two instruments.
Find a green dragon in the middle of the Glendolfa forest.
Alright, should we
Yeah, should we?
shall we start heading on?
Yeah. Let's go round up the boys.
Yeah,
The
you
dragon was
go.
done.
Heading back
Head back to the village.
to the board.
To the
Barry,
boys.
well, when we get there. Do you know what the seventh sister did?
No. No one knows why she left.
Do you know if she left or was like exiled? Was it more like, screw you guys, I'm going to start my own casino with blackjack and hookers? Or was it more like, leave or
Cut.
we kill you?
Kind of same answer. No one really knows. Are you going to waste your question on that? There's only a finite amount of questions
I've
we
already
get.
used my question.
Exactly.
Yeah, we've already used and just wondering if you guys knew.
Nah. Never asked him.
Man, that one question thing sucks.
Well, it'd be a little bit too powerful for people to
Just
be able
opened
to.
so many more questions.
But hopefully it gave you some answers. Do they still say that? Yeah? The answers thing? Yeah?
I was sort of paying more attention to the answer.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
they
sorry.
said
It's
after
still
that.
all a bit.
I think they did, now you mention it, yeah.
Yeah, see what I mean? It's pretty intense.
Mm.
It's kind of,
Do you think they get bored? Just
well,
living in the fruit?
what we understand of them is their consciousness spreads beyond where they are. They're enmeshed within the Great Mother.
Wonder if that's why you can't cut down trees.
Yeah. Like the Great Mother's, this is her domain. All of this is hers. We don't light fires for that reason.
But is it?
How do you know what a fire is?
Well, we have visitors down here.
You
We
saying
used
your
to
god
anyway.
can be hurt by someone chopping down a tree?
No, just desecrating the sanctity of this
But
domain.
when one just falls over?
That is a natural part of life.
Much like Jurgle, you're always going to die, that tree was always going to fall over.
But, I
It's a
mean,
necessary part of the plan.
exactly. You probably noticed that none of the trees have fallen over. And thinking back, while you've been walking through the forest, there haven't been any fallen trees.
Just one.
Except that one that
Except that one.
one of the clans cut down.
Yes. So, boredom, who knows what they can see? Who knows what they can understand? They're not bound within that spot, surely not. As far as we believe, they can experience everything within the forest. They are the
That's
forest.
probably a lot.
It,
I would say probably less bored than more like panic attack.
I think that's why. Correct me if I'm wrong, Fallon. After our discussion last night, that's why you came down here, right? They were talking about the forest being chopped down. Horrifying, like you sort of. Fallon's. Yes, that's why I was sent down here.
Oh, Fallon, do you want to tell him the good news? Slap him on the back.
Yeah, I'm going to have the first child in the Koya tribe. For years. That's exciting. And they're sort of, yeah, get it, buddy.
Watch him just die on the way back.
And he's not sheepish about like the idea of everyone knows that he's going to have a kid. That's perfectly normal to them. It's just more the fact that he's proud of this. To the others, doesn't mean as much because they can have kids.
What about the Feywild? Because they were like, oh, you came down here to stop the Feywild, but they didn't say anything about how it happened. We just chilled down here.
Or how to stop it.
Yeah, so it sounds like...
Barry's kind of like, Feywild, what?
Yeah, look, they said something about the Feywild breaking through and...
Destroying the forest.
This was in your thing, Fallon.
I think we might need to break that whole 18-year-old rule, because otherwise the forest might be gone if these Feywild break through. We need to know more. It's
What exactly did they say?
What exactly did they say, Scribe?
That he heeded, that Fallon heeded their call. His vision was to bring him there and stop the Feywild breaking through, and then they said a bunch of stuff about like, you're great and faithful and we will reward you and you'll get the first Koya child.
So what you're saying is they didn't really answer you so much in that...
They gave a question about what are the Feywild and how are they going to
They told him
break through.
Yeah, told him why he was, what the vision meant, which was to bring him here to stop the Feywild breaking through. But they didn't really say anything about how he was supposed to do that.
Yeah, see, the whole question thing, it's pretty finicky when you get down to
So
it,
it's
isn't it?
pretty daft if they were like, oh, let's bring this Fallon guy here to... Let's give him a vision to bring him here so we can tell him how to do the Feywild thing, and then they're like, oh, actually, let's not tell him that. That will be fun.
Yeah.
Which is why it could be a life or death thing for the entirety of Glendolfa, which is why we might need to bring a kid or two up here to get an answer here.
They did say that we could just have conversation with him without asking question.
Yeah, but we need to ask the question. Who
But
are the
why don't-
Feywild?
maybe-
How are they breaking through? How
If
is
we-
Fallon going to
if we
save
do
us?
it as a statement, like, you should tell Fallon how to stop the Feywild. Now it's your turn to talk, sisters.
Mate, I was trying that one. They budged a little bit, but, not enough to give me
So
what I
you're
needed.
saying there's a chance.
And Barry's sort of like, yeah, you wouldn't be the first to try it, but, I mean,
I got a little bit.
if it's within their purview, they'll tell you what you need to
Should
know.
we go back and check? What's the harm?
Fallon,
what
go on.
are we going to say?
Just that. You brought Fallon here to stop the Feywild, but you didn't tell him how to stop the Feywild. You should do that. Now go!
Well,
Alright, let's go. Let's try it.
I would say that they didn't tell him what the Feywild is or anything because they don't need to, because they're probably going to reveal themselves to us soon enough.
Yeah, but
because-
they said the Feywild are breaking through, so they'll ask to
Yes.
stop that. But
Yes.
how can we stop them breaking through if we don't know how or why or where they're breaking
Because
through from?
Baolan is already attached to us, and we still have things to do and places to go and people to see, which, if they can see into the future and sort of thing, may lead them to already know that he's going to come into contact with the Feywild in the near future anyway, and have all that explained to him.
And also, I think in their answer they said the meaning of the vision was to bring him here. So it's like he's been brought here, so
The next-
eventually we'll
Feywild.
stumble across the reason, right?
Well, yeah,
Seems kind of
That's how-
stupid to just bring him here and tell him this shit and then just, you know.
They're like,
Ta-ta,
okay, you
farewell.
figure out the rest.
Yeah, exactly.
well, again, if they
We
can see
wasted
the
all this
future-
time coming here when they could just send it on a post-it note.
Well, I mean, do they have? Well, I mean, who's taking the mail up there? And how are they doing it?
Finnick, I
That's
don't know.
what you're worried about with that.
That's what the question we should have asked.
Yeah,
Who's
how do
the
you get
real male carrier here?
how do you get mail down here, ladies?
Do the seed pods each?
So, are you actually going back down?
Yeah,
to-
let's go back and
Like, yeah.
we might as well. I mean, what's there to lose?
Yeah, we're already here. May as well. I don't really want to come back in a few days. Like,
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
while it's here and fresh, we may as well.
Yeah, while we're walking, I'll
We'll say, "Hang on, sorry, Barry."
I'll offer the flask to Barry and say, I'm sorry, I couldn't spare the question to ask about the madness. But
That's okay.
if we can, we'll help you.
Appreciate it anyway. Good luck. I don't like your chances, but alright.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to wait out the front with Barry.
Oh, I wanted to hang back for a bit to just ask Barry something like in private.
Okay.
I just
So you
wanna ask-
gesture him off to the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll walk ahead.
Baza, has it was a bit weird, but the whole atmosphere down there changed, and all of them stared at me, and their voices got demonic,
Oh.
and their attitude changed. Has that happened before? And they were still watching me after it happened.
Sorry, I'm just trying to think back to when I went down. I wouldn't say demonic. No, that's weird. But I can't say.
There was just a sudden shift in their attitude and sudden change in everything going on around.
Did it get cold?
It got a bit cold, yeah. And it started feeling a bit gritty, a bit like sharp, you know, when little shards just sort of prickling your skin. And then their voices just changed.
What? Yeah, I think. Oh, this is going back a ways. Maybe 30, 40 years back. Someone said something similar. But.
Do you know who?
No, they didn't tell us. Oh, I couldn't tell you a name. Been way too long.
Are there any like elders or something back in the Chastraki who might?
I'm
Remember.
the elder.
You're the eldest?
Yeah. Oh, not the eldest. I'm the elder. I oversee the
Yeah,
tribe.
are there like some oldies who might have been around back then who'd
Well-
remember or know?
You see, when you live down here, you don't live super late. There might be. But, if their memory's anything like mine, you could try.
It's worth a shot.
Worth a shot. Yeah, that sounds pretty stressful.
Yeah, and you know how they're like gazing off in their own world. They were locked on me.
Oh, yeah?
They were.
Damn. Well, like they looked at
They
you.
were looking at me.
Oh,
All 12 eyeballs just
whoa.
on my face.
No, I've never heard of that before. Well, I don't know what to make of that.
And they also said that, I don't know if it's the same, but there was a disease running through my people that sort of ended with me.
Wait, a disease?
Some sort of disease, yeah. Yeah. I don't know if it's related to the madness. Maybe I'm just, thinking too much about it.
I mean,
or trying to figure out what they meant.
What? Can
Well-
you tell me how they worded it? Like, you look a lot like us. It ended with you.
What did they say?
I was writing so fast I can't read this.
Stressful moment.
Yeah.
Your memory would be spotty.
So my ancestors bore the disease of my ilk, and over time lost it. Say culminating with me. Is that what you said?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Oh. Gee, in a way, is that an answer for me? I mean, it depends what you are. You don't look full orc, but you're pretty bloody close.
I mean, I feel like I'm closer to you than any other orc I've come across.
Yeah, but you got that hair. Look at that luscious mane. None of them have anything remotely close to that. Some have some stubble, but that's about it. They're all
They've
basically
got like no hair.
fairly hairless, yeah. And you've got these long, beautiful locks. I mean, look at them.
What a man. It's got a lot of it.
Yeah. Interesting. I'll discuss it with the older folks. See if they've got any insights for us.
Maybe there's something in my blood.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Oh, didn't you say it ended with you?
Yeah. So maybe
You haven't got something in your blood.
it's genetics. Do you know about those?
Ooh.
Well, we have these things inside of us. Basically, it makes up. You have some special traits. Let's call them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Like
so-
these.
Exactly, mate. That's genetics. Yeah. Maybe I've got something that prevents this disease, or
Yeah. Okay.
just spitballing here.
Okay. That sounds kind of cool. Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, we can have a squiz, but
so-
yeah.
At the same time, you guys are going down?
Yep.
Where are you going to?
Walking up
Back to
the steps.
Yeah.
Okay. As you both attempt to walk astride the steps, only one of you is able to. You gotta pick who.
Oh.
Probably you go if you want, Kincaid. Sure.
Sure.
You're good with
Unless
this
you
kind of
bring
stuff.
out the sword and use your persuasion.
Well, I don't know if it's going to take convincing, but more, factual kind of
Phrasing
stuff.
the-
I mean, lyrical good on. Well, it's not lyrical.
Well,
it's
what-
word cunning.
Maybe if I
that is.
try and then that doesn't work, and you can
Yeah.
get the sword out and give it a crack. Okay.
So as he sort of ascends the stairs, you just find like this wall of force restricts you from ascending the stairs.
That didn't happen before.
Well, you didn't try
Don't
and
try
all
to
walk up
together.
there.
Yeah.
Oh,
That one at a time.
It's one at a time.
oh,
The
sorry.
stairs.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm still like on the back foot.
You're
oh,
at the
that's
bottom
fine.
of
yeah,
the
yeah,
thing.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
he would need
I thought
to
you
walk
meant
up
like,
a line.
wait, so I wouldn't even be able to listen.
Oh no. You
No,
can still
okay,
listen.
yeah, that's fine.
Same as before. Just only one of you.
Yeah.
Stomp up.
Yep. You get up to the top.
Okay, few further comments, ladies, plants, however you identify. You called Falan here, you gave Falan the vision. That was the meaning of the vision was to call him here to prevent the Feywild breaking through, but it seems weird to do that and then not tell him anything about the Feywild. You should tell him how to stop the Feywild breaking through. You
hear-
talk now.
You hear nothing back.
Hello.
Hello.
Is that an echo or is that them?
No, that's
Oh, that's them. Yeah, you should say that. You should say how to do the Feywild back.
you hear nothing back.
Oh, goody. Okay, what about...
I can give it a crack if you want.
Okay.
We can always go back
Tag
and forth.
team. Yeah. Tag in Ricky. Go.
Alright.
I'm just gonna listen. We really do care about the future of this forest. We have only spent a short amount of time in our lives here, but I think on behalf of all of us outsiders that have entered this forest, it's changed our lives and altered our perceptions.
Tell them about the tattoos.
Yes, we honorific Koya members, and and yeah, have felt the connection to the forest, felt the living energy that is in the world around us, and I think we've definitely developed a found appreciation for that world, and we want to be able to save it if it is in danger. We want to the best of our ability, be able to affect this outcome. So any additional information that you can offer to us or to Fowlard would be of a great appreciation to us.
Have you got the sword out?
No.
Okay. Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Double that 20s.
Oh, one is a nat 20. Oh.
Should have said yes.
No, I wouldn't have taken that out. 9 plus 5, so 14.
You get nothing back. You have not swayed them in any way.
What about telling them that maybe if they don't say what it is to fall on, the whole place might die, and that includes them?
Oh, well, I feel like they've probably come to accept that.
They were the ones that told Fowlan that.
Yeah.
But if Fowlon doesn't know how to prevent it, then, you know, what's the point of bringing him here anyway?
You know if we can ask more questions, or if it's more just like they probably won't answer? Or like, will they get mad if we keep asking
probably
questions?
Can.
Ask a question. Kincaid takes like 3 steps back. That's a question. I pulled into his shell.
Well, I mean,
My friend Kincaid behind me wants to know if he can take place in the 7th pod.
What?
You know,
6 sisters and a brother.
You get no response. Any questions whatsoever, you will get nothing from.
yeah, okay. Alright, well, I'll
We
just
won't
kind
get smoked.
No.
They just won't
Like,
answer.
you're welcome to try, but there's no avail.
I'd start heading on down there. As any luck?
Not really. They said hello. That's about as much as I got out of them.
I see.
Barry sort of... People have tried.
of...
You're not going to get anything out of them.
I mean, I've got one idea that might work.
We're not attacking them.
I'm not attacking them.
And we're not
Physically.
we're not taking the children.
Barry's
We're not-
like, don't attack them.
Yeah,
Please don't attack them.
Barry is the security guard.
Yeah. No one's getting attacked.
Don't threaten them.
Good. Threats will not work.
I just want to chat to him.
Oh, I don't like the sound of this.
It's alright.
That sounds threatening.
Barry's sort of... Am I going to have to kill you?
You're not going to have to do squat, fellas. Settle down,
Okay.
alright?
Good.
Alright,
No one's getting hurt.
before I
You say
step
that.
down from the platform, I'll say to him, well, if we can't find further answers with you 6, we unfortunately may have to seek out your sister.
Okay, take 2 more steps back.
You're at the bottom of the
I
stairs.
take
You can't
it.
ascend it. You just...
He's still just walking back.
If there is anything you would like us to convey to her, speak it now. Bless you.
Upper blast.
Kincaid goes further into his shell.
You hear a very gentle sort of whisper. Quite a lot less forceful than what you previously got from them. She still lives. But do not seek her unless you seek to doom yourselves.
Whilst we appreciate the warning,
Hey Ricky,
The-
tell them that they're dooming us by not telling us anything.
Yeah, whilst we appreciate the warning, that Glindoltha is doomed if we do not find more answers, so
And you won't give us answers.
that is something we may have to risk.
If that is your belief, then that is your belief. We know differently.
So we don't. Wait, did we all hear this whisper, or is it just Ricky?
No, just Ricky.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Never mind then.
And it's while you're speaking with them that the back of your neck prickles that presence, something, whatever is behind you, you are fully aware of it, looming, hovering over you. And it is intense.
Alright, I'll bow deeply and thank them for their time and their answers. And I'm gonna walk up to Thrud and I'm gonna ask him for the mask.
Are you sure?
Yep,
Oh, damn.
Do you want to put it on?
I think so.
In good conscience, as much as I hate dwarves, I would never subject anyone to that.
I feel like it's connected to what's going on here. Like, I don't know if you guys heard that, but
Nope.
they just spoke to me.
Heard what?
They just
You're just chilling up with the boys.
they offered me more, and as soon as they spoke to me, that I felt that watchful presence over me.
What did they say?
They said it would be our downfall, our doom, to seek out their last sister, and that
Maybe they're just saying that.
Yeah,
because
but
they're jealous.
they do not believe that we have to seek her out to find our answers.
Oh, perfect. We can just chill, and the Feywild thing will happen, and Fowler will be like, "Oh, this is how I fix it." Maybe that's it. I mean, that makes sense to me.
Mate, when you put on the mask, you just see things.
What
There'll
kind
be
of
no
thing?
answers. I've already told you, mate.
Yeah, but refresh my memory.
Say it like it was yesterday.
Yeah. So, all of us,
Pretend it was a couple of weeks ago, and we
all
skipped
of
a few
us,
sessions between.
except for Fowlan, had these creatures looming over us. They weren't celestials. Oh, sorry, they were celestials, but they were also fiends. They
It wasn't so much a creature as a presence.
that was something.
What did it look like?
I mean, it didn't
An
really have.
indistinguishable
Yeah.
shape. You're just more aware of a presence.
It didn't really have an image per se, but it was there.
Interesting.
It was looming.
It was Lumen. Who's Lumen? It's how you measure light.
Kincaid is learned.
Oh,
I
If
know
you want-
I know what I'm signing up for.
Is it all
hold on a sec. Let me just talk to the sisters, and I'll be back.
Do we have to live again?
I just walk up there
Yeah.
and like, look, ladies, we need to know about these Feywilds, and we need to know what Fowlan's signing up for, because right now we're just batting at air, no idea what to do next, where to go. Like, how are we meant to do what you've brought Fowlan here for? You know, seemingly for no reason if you're not even going to tell him. How are we meant to?
That's a question.
And then I use
answer.
command on the middle one and say answer.
Your magic does not work
Ooh.
in their presence. You go to, you sort of speak, but there's no oomph behind it.
Right.
And you sort of like feel around mentally your arcane senses.
Can I try use divine sense? And see.
Is it a magical effect?
It's not a spell.
It's not a spell. It just senses if a celestial, fey, or fiend.
Somewhat an amalgamation.
Of everything.
It's not so much that they are individuals as they are. You are getting a celestial like feeling from them, but past that, anything arcane on your person doesn't feel like it's active in their presence, at least. It's a powerful place.
I think you should tell us what these things are. You brought Fowler all the way out here. Don't make it for nothing. Unless you want to die.
You get no answer from them.
Through we talked about this. Don't threaten nice lady.
I'm not threatening with my... I'm just saying when these things come, if they're so afraid of them to bring us out here, maybe it can kill them.
Okay, but if they're smiting, they smite you first.
There's a smiting. You're on the top of the list.
Yeah, exactly.
You get no answer from them.
Nothing.
Well, maybe it's just, Fallon will know what to do when it happens in front of him. And
Maybe,
we all
yeah.
hokey-cokey. Everything is predetermined. We have no free will. Easy peasy.
I was like, ladies, I'll say hi to your sister for you when we meet her. That one, in the raisin pod, who was there. The one that's, got their own free will to, do what they want. And not just be here as a cluster.
You get no response.
Just walk down.
Threw it in your making.
On the ancient
You're
being.
making it wet in my shell.
Okay, like, no.
No. We're not with him.
I don't even know that guy.
I walk down holding the mask and
So I still kind of have that. Like,
Absolutely.
is it still very, yeah.
It is present.
Yeah.
Is it just Ricky? Do any of the rest of us get that?
No.
Why do you think you need to look through the mask? As I said, I couldn't see the thing above me.
You
I could see.
You could
I could feel
something.
it, but I couldn't see it,
You
matter
could-
how I looked.
Yeah.
When they spoke to me, just me directly just then, I felt that very intense feeling. The most intense I've felt it yet, and it's still there, and I think it's connected to what they were trying to tell me.
Oh, I should have prepared a different spell if we were going to investigate this.
You notice that as you step down off the steps, a sense of the arcane is more present. So you've stepped outside of the anti-magic sort of area.
And they're probably too far from me to
Yeah, they're like 40,
Command,
40
answer.
50 meters away.
Yeah, I think it's 60 foot for command, is it? I don't know. Anyway, it's probably too far.
A long
anyway.
way, yeah.
Yeah. No. I don't think it's a good idea. Maybe if Baz had a look through it, because from what I can tell, these shaded folk don't have these things looming around them. But we do.
Aren't we shaded now? We have the tattoos.
We do, but Fallon didn't have it, unless...
If I
Balance.
feel like you're being watched and there's a weird presence looming over you, like right behind you.
Yeah, do you ever feel like somebody's watching you and you've got no privacy?
No.
Like your phone is listening to you.
In a predatory sense, sometimes like beasts and stuff are watching us, but
More like an invisible thing from beyond time and space is standing right behind you and watching you and doesn't really like you very much.
I don't know.
No?
Well, we've all got it.
I was there when you put the mask on.
If anyone might be safe from this, it might be you.
I am not putting
But-
that mask on.
I don't want to risk it.
Yeah, I'm not putting it on. I saw what happened to you. You couldn't talk for days. I'm
That's
not
true.
doing that. I am not foolish enough. After seeing its effect on you.
But maybe this is what you're meant to do with the being
Maybe.
brought here to blah blah blah. You don't need to talk to father children.
I might need to.
I mean, it helps, but
You don't
not
need to
not
talk.
Are
strictly
you trying
necessary.
to persuade him to do it?
That's how he goes about it. While you guys are having this discussion, Varys, you're sort of, shooting it with Barry and the boys. Barry sort of, so what's it like up? You don't look like you live in the sun. I saw you wincing from a distance. You were
Yeah.
clearly unpleasant in the sun.
Yeah, my people live underground for the most part.
No, not too. So you like it down here in the dark, yeah?
It's preferable.
Yeah.
It's actually a lot nicer than being underground. Smells better.
It smells pretty good here. Like you notice while you're thinking about that, the salty tang to the air. So you came all this way just to ask him a question. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
We do get all sorts, like, people make pilgrimage, whatever that word is, from,
Pilgrimages.
yeah, from long ways away.
Yeah.
What's on your mind?
And just
I mean, I'm not a seer, but I might be able to answer.
yeah. Well, I'm just trying to piece together the sequence of events that have led to everything kind of changing, not really going wrong, but
Yep.
Wolfine was functional up until a decade ago.
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of changes things once you ask whatever question you ask them, unless you're an idiot and waste your question. That answer can change things for you. I get it. I wasted mine. But you do see people get lost in it too.
Yeah.
Don't overthink it. You can't know everything.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
All the same.
So you guys sort of continue the discussion a little, or are you coming up?
I look at the mask and look at Ricky. And then I put it on.
Boys, boy.
And drops dead.
He just gets back his ability to speak.
Don't need this anymore.
Oh. I was gonna be like, I'll quickly bless you, but I unprepared it.
Did you prepare calm emotions?
Nope.
Yes,
You
did.
cured your madness.
You prepared it.
Madness all good. No, I'm not wasting a second level spell slot to let you talk for 1 minute.
Uh,
Well,
Not
it,
when you
it's
can
probably
write.
a different madness.
Not when
Might
you
be a
can write,
completely different effect, yeah.
Exactly.
Are there any good madness effects?
Let's go start.
Probably not.
No. We're,
If you start doing
There's
weird
probably
stuff, I'll
less
just
bad.
hold person you.
well, yeah, I mean,
Not letting me wear it, but you get to wear it, huh?
Mhm.
The
Right.
hair
I've already
fork-
dealt with it.
the hair fork in the iron mask.
And you're the one that has like the big presence looming over you feeling, so you maybe I could see something different. I don't know.
So,
Yep.
roll a D100.
Is that 60?
you're all twice.
Yeah, roll the second one.
Oh,
to give
yeah.
you the number. You
I'll
got
roll
one.
a D10.
So it'll be
Yeah, yeah.
60 something.
Yeah,
60.
69.
Nice.
Just for
Surely,
that.
just for that, I'm not
Just for
mad.
that, you suffer no madness and gain 100 charisma
Woo!
for 10 minutes.
All right, roll a D10.
Please give me a 1. 7.
So again, you slip this cool piece of rocky stone over your face.
I have my eyes closed as I'm doing it first, and I just say to myself, like, you know, Homelander's like, I'm not afraid anymore.
Yeah,
And then I open my eyes.
I'm gonna be fun. I'm gonna be fun. I'm gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you open your eyes. The world around you has a strange hue to it again. It's similar to how you saw before. It's a little different in the light. There's a soft sort of washy phasing at the edge of every outline.
Does it look like when Frodo puts on the ring and he's looking around?
No, not windy so much as in just like you're still hazy. You're looking at what you're looking at. It's just a little distorted. And again, it's not so much a seeing as a feeling,
Yeah.
but those same feelings, those same beings, whatever they are above every one of your friends.
How is it over Ricky?
Exactly the same as everyone else. It's looming, it's present, and it is somewhere around him. You don't see one above Fowlan or Barry or the boys.
I want to, whilst holding it, walk up the stairs towards the seers.
Okay. As soon as you step through the anti-magic barrier, that sort of filter is gone. And you begin to see things around you. You see hands pushing through the stairs beneath your feet, trying to grasp your feet as you walk up. You see yourself standing at the top of the stairs with your back turned. And you sort of turn and look back in the forest and there's no one behind you.
When I look up at the sisters.
You get to the top of the platform and look to where you were standing, and there's nothing there. You look down and you're standing on a razor-thin piece of stone. Balance-wise, you don't feel any different, but you don't appear to be in the same place that you were. And as you look out, you're looking at a hellscape. Jagged rocks, lightning tearing the sky. And you sort of blink for a second and it fizzes out of vision. You come back to normal a little and you sort of blink it away. And you can see the pods.
Do I still, even with the mask on, like everything just disappeared?
Everything is normal. The mask is currently inert. So, the second that you stepped into it, your vision became normal. Or it lost that tinge, that fuzz, that strangeness to it.
Right.
But you're seeing some things. You are hallucinating in some way. Whatever it is you're seeing. Part of your rational mind is like, I don't think that's there. It might be there. Is it there? It looks real enough. Was that me that I saw? What was that thing trying to grab me? You can see the sisters.
Yeah, but it magic's not working. Like nothing over them or anything.
No.
And when I look back, I can't see. Do I see them looming over them still, or is it just like nothing at all?
The mask isn't.
It's just not working now.
Yeah. The madness is.
Yeah.
The madness is working, but
Oh, that's the hallucination.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than not talking, I guess.
Is it?
Is
though?
it?
Is
Yeah,
it?
it'll be fine.
Cliff Edge sees a bridge.
that's going to come into play interestingly.
So you ladies look very interesting through this.
You don't hear anything back.
You are the dumbest creature we have ever encountered.
He's standing at the bottom of the stairs talking to the wall.
Alright. I guess I just head back down
Worth a shot.
into the non-magic zone.
Yep. Have you taken it off?
No, I'm still holding it.
Okay. So you're still holding it onto your face, and sort of all of a sudden your vision swims for a second. And again, you're aware of these presences above
Oh.
each person.
Yeah, so doesn't work up there, but kind of seeing some things that aren't here at all.
So you guys see him talking like to himself in a corner, and you can hear him, and he's speaking like he's speaking to one of you, but he's not in front of you.
Thuridan, over here, buddy. You were talking to the wall.
There's a
See
wall
how
here?
you're standing.
He's just speaking like to empty space.
Yeah.
Like he's in deep conversation with someone.
Thuridan, we're over here.
Yeah, look, nothing changed.
Except you were talking to just the air over there.
At least I can speak.
Woo.
Beautiful.
Alright, Bard College.
Ooh, for a second, your vision swims, and it's Ricky that you're speaking to. And then
I just throw the mask on the ground. No!
Not again. Not again.
Now,
Someone else's turn to put it on.
all of you who came from up above, you're all fine. Sorry, you're all not fine. You've got the weird shit above your head. Everyone that lives in this forest, you've got nothing around you. As I say too.
You're all
nothing.
fine. Wait, no, the other one.
You're on
Wait, no, the other
no,
thing.
wait, two.
So your prompt, you use it however you wish, is experiencing vivid hallucinations.
Okay.
Jeez, just that. That's far out.
And Barry's sort of like, so that's what was going to happen to me if I look for something crazy.
I don't think so, because you haven't got these things
His
above
face begins to melt in front of you.
you. You look a bit hot there, mate. You're right.
What?
You're looking kind of hot.
He's seeing things.
Oh,
Yeah, but
interesting.
you guys don't have
Just
the...
like melting into a puddle.
Yeah, like, you guys don't have that,
Talking to his feet.
that creepy thing above you. Only we do. If you put it on, you'll see what I mean. But I think you guys will be fine.
Good. I'll take your word for it.
I think you should put it on.
Oh, really?
I think you
Absolutely not.
should put it on.
Absolutely
Can I
not.
try to persuade him?
You're holding like your axe out to him.
I think you should put it on.
If he's holding his axe out, is the mask still just on the floor?
Yeah, he left it on the floor.
I'll just pick it up and pop it in my shell.
Yep.
Like I just hear it rattling around.
A plinko
Just
machine.
falls out the bottom. Damn it.
He's like, let's get you back to camp, eh?
So, Ricky, nothing changed.
I'm outside.
No, like you're all together,
Oh,
like with Barry. Everyone's come back up.
okay.
Yeah. So let's get you back to camp. Maybe a night's rest will help you out there.
I doubt it, but yeah.
And so you all good to travel back to the encampment.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we gave it our best crack to get some more.
Info.
Oh, yeah.
We got nothing but also madness.
Yeah.
Well, you learned.
Not to put the mask on.
And that they don't want us to go and see the other sister.
Well, that was expected.
So
They are just jilts.
while you're traveling back, just things keep swimming into your vision, and it's unrecognizable. Like it's dead set. That's your reality. Just the most insane things start coming out of his mouth while you're walking along.
It's like this time.
Varus,
Tried
did
those-
you give me those mushrooms again?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like that time. No, they're growing back at home.
But it's not until 10 minutes into the walk that it actually fades. You rolled well.
Well, that's good.
Your madness was only short term.
Oh, thank Christ.
Yeah, and you sort of like feel a little semblance of, I feel more grounded in reality, a little at least.
Alright, you're no longer melting. I think
that's
I'm
good.
alright.
Never melting.
Yeah.
He was never melting. He was.
I reckon this guy slipped me something with his little mushroom box. I don't know.
Maybe it was you putting on the stupid mask again.
Well, I mean, I just needed to stop this guy from doing it.
I mean,
He was gonna do it.
That's pretty fair.
He would have snuck into my bag and chucked it on in his sleep.
You done it before. You maybe build up a tolerance to it or something.
Exactly. I've already been there, done that.
So what exactly did we hope to gain by wearing the mask?
Well, Ricky said that, the figure sort of, or whatever it is, that
Presence,
feeling was
whatever.
stronger than before. Maybe could have changed, but nah, looked exactly the same. Nothing changed. It was all similar around us all. But at the end of the day, nothing really happened. Saw some weird shit, but
Yeah.
she'll be right.
So, make a group stealth check on your way back.
Does he cast Pass Without Trace?
Yes, he will.
Good.
Because it is a fresh day and he can.
21.
13.
Wait, 21 with the plus 10?
Yep.
Ooh, damn.
He 26.
Oh wait, do I just roll one dice?
Disadvantage.
Yeah.
I rolled two, so
No, you
No,
rolled
it-
2 because you're disadvantaged.
Roll 2 because you're
I'm
disadvantaged, and then add 10 to
but
the
add
lowest.
10. Yeah, sorry, then 13.
30.
Boy! Alright.
Jiminy Christmas.
19 plus 1 plus 10.
16
And 19.
plus
nice.
1 minus 1 plus 10.
So, again, certain patches, certain parts of your trek back, you're warned, like, these are areas that might be a little more risky if you're loud. And you do hear bird calls above. Unlike what you've heard from normal birds. More of a screechy yowl than, cheep, cheep, cheep. But you're all relatively quiet. Barry and the lads, when they pause, you pause. You just sort of follow their lead. And you make it back without alerting your presence to anything, as far as you're aware. You spend half a day travelling. Any conversations you feel like having, you're welcome to, but otherwise...
Just ask Barry to point out any plants or mushrooms that he knows are not good for eating.
Yep. And there are a couple sort of growing along the cave wall. Sorry, the cliff. That's the word I'm looking for. Growing along the cliff wall, because water tends to run down its surface, tubers at the bottom have a lot of nutrients to suck on. So you do find, what were they called? Damn it. Where's my list of thingies?
The old not potato.
Where are they? Damn it. Something. I'll tell you the name. It's something. I know I've written them down somewhere. Oh, not that one. Yes, iron root is one of the tubers edible. You wanted non-edible.
Well, yeah, if him or the boys had ever eaten anything and then gone, that killed Gary immediately.
There is some feather bloom. Grows well in the dark and damp.
And it's a mushroom or a plant?
A flower, actually.
A flower?
Just a light little purplish pink frond that sort of grows from a small stalk.
Purple pink frond. And what does Barry say it does?
I mean, I wouldn't eat it. You said things that you shouldn't eat. That's one of them.
Is it fatal or?
No, it'll just make you real sick. You probably won't crap for a couple days, and it'll stop you up.
Okay. Yeah. Oh. It's like gloves on and just picking whatever's there.
Yep.
I don't want to slow us down or anything.
Yep. Yeah, you'd find some edible stuff as well.
Yeah.
Not a lot of it grows along the cliff wall though.
I think Kincaid's just, while still being stealthy, like as we're going along, doing what he's been doing before, and sort of trying to, focus through the tattoo and the nature magic and sort of pseudo-druid craft.
Your training sponge?
The fungus sponges.
Fungus aspongus?
Fungus aspongus, yeah.
Beautiful.
And just kind of I think it's sort of it's like sometimes he can make it happen when he wants it to.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it just doesn't happen, and sometimes it does, but it's not what he planned, or it's not fully under his control. So I think so. Sometimes he'll be like mushroom, and I'll be like mushroom. Sometimes he'll be like mushroom, and it's like nothing. And then sometimes he'll be like mushroom, and he'll be like mushroom. It's sort of like he's making progress, but and he's kind of can get it to happen, but it's not consistent.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Sort of thing.
And it's distracting, like you were told to empty your mind and focus on nothing. And people talking or
or just concentrating on not tripping over stuff.
Yeah, exactly. While you're walking, not the easiest.
He's kind of half doing it, when you're driving and listening to a podcast or something that's kind of like that. He's kind of half concentrating on being stealthy and just going along, and then half concentrating on that.
Cool. Make an Arcana check, but with disadvantage, just to see how you're traveling along.
So that's a 14.
Yeah.
That's a 15.
Woo!
So, dirty 20. Oh no, dirty 9. Yeah, 19. Sorry, disadvantage.
Dirty 19 on a disadvantage. Very nice.
Yeah, 14, 15, 4, plus 1 for Arcana.
You're finding that down in the deeps, your connection with the Great Mother is easier to access. All of you are more aware of the trees and life around you. And yeah, you are making progress with it. Simple vines or just like a root system and that sort of stuff. And using the sponge as sort of like a focusing, just a training tool really is very helpful.
I feel like he's like his most consistent stuff. Especially like given that, you know, he's still got all the spores and stuff from Phoenix Weird mushrooms. Like his most success is, you know, fungus and lichen and mushrooms and things like that. He can like, you know, probably he has like a 90% success rate with that sort of stuff. But when he's like dandelions, it's like, oh, mushroom. Dandelions, mushroom.
Mushroom.
Yeah. You know.
Yep. Yes, absolutely. And before you know it, the time passes quite quick for you. Ricky, anything you wanted to do on your travel?
Nah, Ricky's kind of just heading back in silence, kind of trying almost like, probably he's more so going to do it when we get back to camp, but just trying to like reach out to that feeling.
Okay.
Almost.
Yep.
Yeah. So just kind of, keep it to himself, keep him quiet, and just trying to like mentally reach out to that.
The presence.
That presence,
that you can feel. Okay. You notice that as you travel back, it does recede somewhat.
Yeah.
You're always aware, even in like the most minute sense, but it's not always super apparent like that. And you make it back to camp. What you didn't realize is you all have a point of exhaustion. As you stop, just the intensity and whatever went on has given you a point of exhaustion. But you are back at camp, so don't bother.
So it was like half day there and then.
Yeah, it's
So
nightfall.
we're going to rest again.
Absolutely.
It's pretty much nighttime.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
But yeah, you sort of just realise you've been stealthy for a long time.
Yeah.
Big ordeal, big day, and you are wiped when you get back to camp. Not the usual sort of jovial atmosphere or what you saw the previous night, but people tend not to ask you about your question unless you're forthcoming. Out of sort of respect, people have their own stuff that they want to know about.
Yeah.
It may have nothing to do with them. No, there's no real sticky beaks or anything. And unless there's anything further you'd like to do, you can have a long rest and sort of settle up. It is late enough.
I
have some
turned
food.
to Baz and asked, who's the oldest fella over here?
Oh yeah. Gee, who's the oldest? Probably old Willie over there.
Willie? That bloke there?
Yeah, the old fella there.
Oh, yeah?
Willie's got some stories he'll tell you, but yeah, nah, go for it.
Yeah.
Nothing to lose.
Walk over to Willie and,
Yeah,
g'day, you Willie?
sure am.
Good here, mate.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, it's been a while since I've seen new faces. You look bloody like us, mate.
Yeah, I'm half you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I can see that. What's your other half?
no idea.
Fair enough.
Something.
So what? Did you go down to see him today?
Yeah, went down to see him.
I won't ask, but if you want to tell me, I am listening.
Well, I do have a question. I talked to Baz about it before. He said that
Okay.
he heard something similar, and I just recount, the hoo-ha that happened. That was very different with me, and see if he has heard of it. 'Cause Barry said, similar thing happened maybe 30, 40 odd years ago.
Yep.
Don't know. Thought maybe, old Willie will have a clue.
Release me up, woman. Hold on. You ask him that question, and he goes quiet for a bit, sort of pulling at some stubble. Sorry, can you say the question again?
I'll repeat, like, have you seen this? Have you heard of this before?
Yeah. There was a guy a long time ago. Long time now. Jeez.
Remember his name?
I'll make an intelligence check to see if he does remember.
Is that a 1?
It's a natural one.
Oh.
It escapes me. You know how sometimes you're trying to remember something and it's just there, but
Yeah, no, I hear what you mean.
it started with R, I think.
Roger,
I don't know.
Razza.
It was a weird name. I hadn't heard it before.
Rangi.
That doesn't help.
Yeah.
Yeah, some guy said something similar, but that was years back. Like 30, 40 years maybe.
Yeah, that's what Baz said to us before.
Yeah, he's been around a while. He was probably a young fellow at that time, but yeah, someone's done something like that. Jeez, I haven't thought about that in a while.
Do you know what he asked or
No,
why it happened?
he wasn't forthcoming. No, I remember that much. It wasn't like common knowledge what his question was, so blame me, I don't know.
And old mate's probably dead by this point, I'm guessing.
Which old mate?
Old mate that you can't remember.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm still here. He was a young buck at the time.
Well, I mean, he's either dead or he's here or he's not.
He's dead or... Wait, are you talking about the bloke that had this happen?
Yeah.
He was a visitor. He's not one of us.
Oh, he was a visitor?
Yeah,
From
sorry.
where?
Oh, we used to get visitors from all over. They'd come through Wolfpine and the tribes up top would bring them down to us and sort of escort them.
Do you know what race he was?
Oh, I'm pretty sure he was a human.
Just a old human?
Yeah. Nah, couldn't tell you his name, sorry. That one's lost to the ages. But, yeah, we used to get all sorts through. It used to be well common, but not anymore. Yeah, you guys are the first in quite a stretch.
And you had the whole thing with the, demonic voices and the eyes beaming and...
I don't remember all the details, but I remember something like that. I'm not sure about the eyeballs.
Yeah, they were pinned on me, mate.
That's
Normally they're just floating out in the distance, but...
It's kind of impressive, I guess. If no one else has had that before. They took that much interest in you. It's kind of, I don't know, something cool.
It's kind of creepy.
A little bit creepy.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie to you, they scare the crap out of me. But you can recognise the power in them.
Oh, 100%.
And whatever they know, however they know it, it's never been proved inaccurate, so they know something. Some sort of deep power with them.
So you don't remember, where this bloke came from, just that he's a human who came down here 30, 40 years ago?
Oh, nah, he came down with one of the tribes, forget who. Yeah, that's a long time ago. Didn't really stick out in my mind at that point. I didn't know better, I guess. Yeah. No, I haven't got much else for you, sorry. That's about all I can remember.
Can command help someone remember? Like, if I just say remember, can he do a, whiz roll, and then if he fails it, he remembers?
That is a mighty good question.
Is that a thing?
Let's have a look. Command.
I mean, I suppose if it did work, it'd only be like whatever he can get out in 6 seconds.
Well, yeah, he could say his name's Roger, is he human from Ashara, or something like that. Have we met anyone starting with R or not? No, we haven't met any humans, have we? Well, not many.
Well, not many. It's... I mean, you can try it, but it doesn't say one way or another. So I guess it comes down to me. It's worth a shot.
Well, firstly, surely you remember, his name or where he's from.
Surely
and
you remember!
Then I use command and say, remember.
Alright. What's your spell DC?
13 whiz.
There's a natural 17.
Why don't you roll that when you need to? And then I use command again, remember!
He's sort of like looking at your strain. Are you using it a second time?
Yeah, why not?
That one is a 5. That is a fail. So you tell him to remember. I will allow this. It's an interesting use of the spell. And I will roll another intelligence check. Now,
Surely.
I'm gonna roll it in view for you. The DC is 17.
Oh god. With advantage?
This is something. Nope.
Because I'm using a spell, surely with advantage.
Yeah, it gets him a second go.
Yeah.
Nope. What's up? 6.
Bit far.
I used my last spell slot. Remember!
I mean, he's like.
Like
What?
guidance in?
Sure.
I'm watching this. Yeah.
Sure.
Get a D4.
All right.
Guidance him for the
Guidance
saving
who?
throw or
Yeah.
the
What are you
or the
guiding?
intelligence
Did
check?
you want to
No,
inspire
the
him?
intelligence,
Rested?
intelligence check.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't know if you're guidancing him casting or the saving throw or the intelligence.
Well, the casting doesn't. You
Yeah,
wouldn't
sure.
do anything to the
And you
casting.
can
It's
use
just a
bardic
D, it's a
inspiration.
D4 to. It's a D4, but you can only add it to an ability check, a saving throw or attack roll. 3.
It's a natural 18.
Why
There
couldn't
is
you roll
save.
that
Wisdom save.
before?
Oh, on the save. Sorry. Yeah. Well, that doesn't do anything for a save.
So he resists the effect. He's sort of. Well, you're kind of intense, man. Just ease up. I'm trying, but that was so long ago. I'm not good with names. Sorry.
It's all good, Willie. Is there anyone else around here who was around then, or are you just the,
I mean, I'm the oldest here. There
Yeah.
might have been some, but I don't know. It's not something really we talk about.
fair?
And he's sort of like, I got something to do. Just giving you the side eye now. And anything else anyone wants to do?
No.
Have a rest.
You have your long rest. And level up to level 5.
Oh, we finally did it.
I was like, come on. Just
Finding the
get
seers.
to the end of this quest line, and then we can talk.
Are we doing the roll HP thing
Yeah.
again?
Yeah, do it in person. We love
Oh,
that.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, I thought. Can we take the average?
You can take the average.
Yeah, I'll take the average.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll take average.
I'll roll.
Manly.
Yeah, you've got a bonus to your
4.
con.
Yeah.
Right in the average.
Yeah, I'm literally 0.
So
that's the
plus 2, 6.
Okay, 6 health. Are you rolling or are you taking the
No,
average?
just take the average.
Cool.
So
Can I
it's
take
just-
the? I'm going to take the average, but I just want to roll for the fun of it to see what it would have been.
No.
No, you don't get. You don't. You can roll it.
You can't have the best of
unrelated
both.
D8 that I'm rolling.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, go on.
Oh, I rolled an 8 for
Them
thanks.
the breaks.
Yeah, go on. 5.
Oh,
Oh, average.
That's exactly what I got.
Cool.
So is it hit dice plus con?
Yep. D10, 1d10.
You can
plus
roll
whatever
it
your
or,
con
or
is.
take the
I'm
5.
rolling.
Paladins have D10. Jeez.
Yep. Paladins, rangers, and
That's a
fighters
10 plus
have-
4.
Oh.
Oh
You
man,
can see that's-
I can see that
Yeah.
0.
So not only do you roll God
14.
stats, you roll max health.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Good roll. See, that's the joy of rolling. Sometimes you're just like,
Yeah, but next time we'll be like, oh, this time I'll take it and I'll roll a 1.
yeah.
I always get plus
Guaranteed.
4 no matter what.
I will
Yeah, I've got
adopt.
plus 0.
I will adopt Mercer's rule of re-roll a 1 because that's
Oh,
just
okay.
that's just disheartening.
Yeah.
But
So-
if you roll a 2, bad luck.
Then, yeah, keep it. Yeah, pretty
That's a
much.
10.
Alright,
That is a 10. Well done.
5.
And the strongest member of your party gets
Yeah.
stronger.
So what's your max HP then?
58.
Woo!
I'm 39
Diggity
now.
damn.
Damn.
I'm 27.
Just spread out boys.
Oof. You are a
Breeze.
spindly little man.
Beautiful.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I'm
I wake up in the
I'm
morning.
31.
Feeling like
31,
P. Diddy.
okay.
28.
28, there you go.
Hey.
All right.
That's
And on
right.
that note, boys.
Can I not just look for Willie again and just say, hey, Willie, remember that question
Remember.
last night? Remember. I
He,
just wanna-
he tried a second time, and he rolled terribly.
Yeah, but I had my spell slots back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're welcome to waste them if you'd like, but
I'm going to just waste one on him.
you want to?
Yeah.
Okay. I will save you from doing this. We're stretching the use of this spell pretty bad already. The second try is about as good as it'll get.
Yeah.
He rolled a 1 and a 6.
And
that
then
memory
when
is
he was
lost.
defending, it was like 18 and 17.
Yes, of course.
So that's the way the dice fall.
The dice know it.
Yeah, but then you got 14 hit points, so it all works.
Yeah, that all works well. Now, anything interesting for your level 5s?
I get
I get
Bardic
double
Inspiration back on a short rest now.
2 attacks. Ooh, okay.
So I can start handing them out more.
D6 on another
Sneaky.
sneak attack, and I've got uncanny dodge.
Yeah.
Yeah, Uncanny Dodge is a massive one.
Well, yeah, but it's
The
it's
rogue-
offset the 28 HP.
The rogue begins to rogue.
Yeah, offset the 20 HP.
Yeah, because otherwise
I get
Fireball
nothing because
will
I've
just
gone
get
Druid
me.
1 now.
And
So,
Oh, you're doing that?
I got 2 level 2 spell slots now as well.
Oh, nice.
Ooh la la.
did I manage to kind of like, I mean, I know a lot of it was for flavour, but did I manage to kind of like learn Druidcraft? Or do I take it as one of my like Druid
No, you
cantrips?
can learn Druidcraft.
Also, because I get, well, I think I only get 2 cantrips, which I don't know why Druids only get 2
Yeah.
cantrips, but okay, cool.
I would say that is one of your cantrips because that specifically is what you were training, and you rolled well enough to do so.
Druidcraft.
With your little sponge.
Yep.
Your little
oh,
baby
I mean,
boy
I can learn
sponge.
anyway just from
Yeah,
leveling
yeah.
up.
Yep. But
Little-
yeah, to fit in thematically, that's genuinely what you were doing. You were
Little
practicing.
baby sponge.
I also
Little
get
sponge.
2 Oath of Conquest spells, Hold Person and Spiritual Weapon.
Oh, baby.
And you know how good Spiritual Weapon is.
Are they those always prepared ones?
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
And
Oh.
Whole Person's rather good
Whole
as well.
person.
Yeah, whole person's
Mm,
good.
delightful. Cool.
Super.
And on that note, boyos, we'll end up the session for the night. Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone, for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show as much as we did. It was a bit of a crazy one.
That was like 4 pages of notes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you asked a lot of questions.
Yeah.
There was stuff to be noted. But thank you for watching, and keep your dungeons dragony. We'll see you next time. Giggity giggity.
And not
Giggity,
herpes.
Not herpes! Don't herpes.
Unless you already have it, in that case, not that bad of a disease.
Herp away.
Could be much worse.